Tai laba diena visiems, kviečiu užimti vietą.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please take your seats.
Taip, tai dar laukiame vieno kaip ir sveikintojo.
We are still waiting for one of the persons who is going to join us later on. That's Tomas Vytautas Raskevičius. As we know, today the Seimas is listening to the State of the Nation address by the President of the Republic of Lithuania. So before we start, let me remind you that the conference is being held in two languages, that is Lithuanian and English, channel 1 for the Lithuanian language and channel 2 for the English channel. Allow me to begin. I am Jūratė Šeduikienė, Director of Women's Issues Information Center. Let me welcome you once again to the international conference that is called Will Lithuania Remain on the Outskirts of Europe Due to the Istanbul Convention? During the conference, we will look into the situation in Lithuania. We will also hear the German experts, and they're going to speak about the German experience, as Germany has already ratified the Istanbul Convention. This happened quite a long time ago, so they will share their experience as to the implementation of the Istanbul Convention and whether it was difficult to ratify it. At the end of the conference, we are going to have a discussion on what are the barriers to ratify the Istanbul Convention. And at the end, we're going to introduce the resolution. When it comes to domestic violence and violence against women, let me remind you that 10 years ago, we adopted law on the protection against domestic violence. And domestic violence is called as a violation of human rights. And from private prosecution, it went to public prosecution. If to look briefly at the effects of domestic violence, it should be noted that over the period of 10 years, the situation has not changed substantially. The police registers approximately 55,000 reports annually, or one report every 10 minutes. We provide support to 14,000 victims of domestic violence. Usually these are victims of physical violence. 80% of the domestic violence are women. The surveys have shown that women usually suffer from their husbands, while men suffer from their spouses, from women. So if we ratify the Istanbul Convention, we will recognize that domestic violence and violence against women I've also looked at the survey of 1998, which showed that every third woman suffers from domestic violence. Last year, the survey conducted also states the same. Every third woman suffers from domestic violence. Now, when it comes to problems, it should be noted that psychological, economic violence is quite frequent, and we fail to provide support for the victims of this sort of violence. One might wonder why we need the ratification of this Istanbul Convention. Having ratified the convention, we would acknowledge violence against women and girls. This would allow us to develop more efficient policies and better prevention mechanisms. We would also introduce better tools and provide more funding for the prevention of crimes and for providing support for the victims. We would also ensure regular monitoring. Civic organizations are calling for speedier ratification of the Istanbul Convention. I'm very happy that we have quite a few people who want to give a welcome address on this conference. Unfortunately, the Speaker of the Seimas of the Republic of Lithuania, Viktorija Čmilytė Nilsen, was not able to participate in the conference and to give her welcome address for the participants. But let me give the floor to Mr. Lukas Vaičiakas, advisor to the Speaker, to read the welcome address on behalf of the Speaker. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The Speaker of the Parliament did indeed intend to participate in this event. Unfortunately, her agenda is very busy. Also, we have very many guests due to the fact that today the President is giving his State of the Nation address. So let me read the welcome address by the Speaker. Dear participants of the conference, will the Stambulo Convention leave Lithuania on the margins of Europe? This is the question I'd like to answer today. Following the ratification of the Istanbul Convention by the European Parliament in May this year, Lithuania, along with several other countries, has already found itself on the margins of Europe. I'm not exaggerating all that. For example, it is an unexpected coincidence that today marks exactly 1 year since Ukraine ratified the Istanbul Convention, a country that was then and still is at war, the country that found the time and means to say a firm no to domestic violence, especially gender-based violence, at such a difficult time. In Lithuania, or more precisely in the Lithuanian parliament, the situation on this issue is becoming more and more like the elephant in the room. The ratification procedure has entered its 6th year, and we are still trying our best to pretend that the problem of violence against women and children does not exist. The statistics indicate otherwise. The trend is that around 80% of adult victims of domestic violence are women, and around 10% of all victims are children under 18. But there is no problem, is that we are trying to convince ourselves. We use the most ingenious rationalizations, such as saying that ratifying the Istanbul Convention will not change anything. We already have everything in place, and it works perfectly well for us. That ratifying this convention goes against traditional family values, as if violence against women and children were one of them, and that we will divide society having ratified the convention. In reality, we are still unwilling to recognize that violence against women is an intolerable violation of human rights and a form of discrimination against women, where the acts in question deliberately inflict a negative physical, mental, sexual, economic, or other negative impact on a woman, whether intentionally, and which includes threats, coercion, and the arbitrary deprivation of liberty in both public and private life, and damage to women's physical, mental, social, and physical health and well-being. We are also unwilling to acknowledge that violence against women in the domestic environment hinders and damages the harmonious formation of personality and free expression of not only women, but also of her children, disrupts families, destroys the foundations of society, and degrades the dignity of women. We're unwilling to acknowledge that violence against women in the domestic environments impedes and damages the life. It's regrettable that we are still unable to understand the violence against women is not a private matter. For this reason, I'm pleased that the subject of ratifying the Istanbul Convention is being raised, even raising very uncomfortable or embarrassing questions. I very much congratulate everyone and wish you an interesting and meaningful conference. Thank you, Lucas.
Let me now give the floor to Dr. Peter Buschmann, Deputy Head of Mission from the German Embassy. And I would also like to take the opportunity to express my gratitude to the Embassy for their initiative and allowing us this opportunity to get to know the German experience in the ratification of the Istanbul Convention. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Mr. Chairman, Vice Minister, dear Lucas, so thank you very much for inviting me to address you at this important conference. If I may, I would like to add a few words from the German perspective to this conference. I will be very short. So for Germany, the Istanbul Convention has always been a landmark treaty because we, actually in my country, it entered into force already in 2018. And it was a catalyst, as we say, for transforming our legislation and our policies and informing our policies, actually. So what we say is we actually see, this as the major contribution and achievement of the Council of Europe in promoting women's rights. I called it a landmark treaty because it is a human rights defending treaty, and it establishes strong and harmonized international protection standards. So standards that allow us to unite efforts in the promotion of gender equality and in the fight against any form of gender-based violence. So the Istanbul Convention for us stands for victim protection, prevention, law enforcement, and equality of rights in our constitutions and legal systems. It also stands for fighting impunity. And last but not least, it has a holistic approach to the different challenges. The Istanbul Convention is our key tool to inform positive change in fighting domestic violence against women, and this is a matter for the whole of our societies. It is something which concerns actually everyone. As you may know, during the COVID crisis, we saw increasing levels of domestic violence in many countries, in European countries as well. And in times of crisis and war, it is always, the most vulnerable groups which suffer the most. So only unity makes us strong, and the Istanbul Convention actually is an invitation to close ranks and to provide this unity. It is also an invitation, and this is very important as well, to change our mentality. For this reason, I'm delighted that Germany can contribute and support this conference, which is part of a project led by the Women's Issues Information Center. This initiative aims to raise awareness, encourage discussions and debate among policymakers, experts and civil society. It is a great pleasure for us to see Germany and Lithuania once again cooperating on an important issue, and that this initiative has got off to an excellent start. I do not know how conclusive our deliberations will be today, but I'm sure at the end of the day we will see a strong message and commitment that Germany and Lithuania are set to uphold women's rights and defend our values. So I would like to thank our partners from the Women's Issues Information Center for their hard work in organizing today's event, and I'm looking forward to a fruitful discussion, and thank you very much for your commitment. Thanks.
Ačiū labai ambasadoriaus pavaduotojui.
Thank you very much. And I would now like to give the floor to the Vice Minister of Social Security and Labor, Ms. Augienė. We have been working closely with her over the past months in drafting the new version of the law on domestic violence. We have been engaged in a lot of debate, looking for numerous solutions. So please, the floor is yours.
Well, indeed, implementation requires wisdom, especially engagement of non-governmental organizations. And as has been mentioned, we've heard of the figures. We do have many challenges to face. I'm delighted to participate in the Conference on Violence Against Women. I'm grateful to the organizers for holding this discussion. Today's discussion on the Istanbul Convention is very important for Lithuania as a member of the European Union and as a country that defends human rights. Ratification of the Istanbul Convention would be a major and necessary step in the fight against violence against women. The Convention provides an opportunity to combat gender-based violence in a targeted manner, to strengthen prevention measures and to promote the protection of victims. The studies have shown that we face significant challenges in combating violence against women in Lithuania. Different forms of violence, including physical, psychological, sexual, and economic, affect women in different areas of life. Intimate partner violence is the most common form of violence against women. In Lithuania, 1 in 3 women experiences violence in her lifetime, and domestic violence crimes account for 1/5 of all crimes recorded in Lithuania. 8 out of 10 victims of domestic violence crimes are women. Non-governmental organizations, social activists, and researchers play a major role in the fight against violence, working patiently to educate people, change social norms, and prevent violence. However, legal protection is essential. The Istanbul Convention is therefore the most comprehensive international human rights treaty on preventing and combating violence against women and domestic violence. I'm very pleased that we have guests who will share their best practices in the field of protection against domestic violence. I hope that this conference will be a platform to promote in-depth discourse and cooperation on this issue. Thank you, and I wish you a successful conference today.
Ačiū, Vilma. Ir tada...
Thank you, Vilma. And I would now like to give the floor for Tomas Vytautas Raskevičius, Chairperson of Human Rights Committee of the Sejm, as a person that we have been working for the past 10 years at least, and perhaps I could take the opportunity and ask him whether the President mentioned the Istanbul Convention in today's State of the Nation address. Good morning. Well, perhaps let me congratulate you on a more happy note, and perhaps I could then mention the State of the Nation address in on a less joyous note. So, first of all, welcome to the conference titled "Will Lithuania Remain on the Outskirts of Europe Due to the Istanbul Convention?" Welcome and thank you for being here. Well, it's the beginning of summer, however, a very turbulent time. We sense the dedication and the struggle of Ukrainians for the freedom and independence. This is something that is happening in the neighborhood of Lithuania. Unfortunately, we have been living next to another less and sometimes completely invisible front line where not only human bodies but also their fate are being harmed. It's a battlefield where artillery strikes are replaced by the actions of perpetrators. It is truly incredible, but for more than a century, we haven't been able to protect our mothers, daughters, sisters, and colleagues, despite the enormous efforts of human rights activists, numerous organizations and various institutions. We are still facing a number of different challenges and difficulties in curbing the pervasive and deeply rooted phenomenon of domestic violence. Gender-based violence and violence against women is not an exclusive phenomenon of developing countries or societies, as one might hear. According to various surveys and studies, every third woman in the EU has experienced physical or sexual violence. In Lithuania, though, 8 out of 10 victims of domestic violence are women. Such figures are the reality of a political and civil society based on a strong commitment to human rights. As chairman of the Committee on Human Rights, I believe that the state of Lithuania is not making every effort possible to combat this epidemic of domestic violence, despite the fact that the right to live free from violence is a fundamental human right that should be guaranteed to everyone, regardless of their gender. Lithuania is still one of the 6 EU member states that has not ratified the Istanbul Convention. While some lawmakers loudly declare that they defend the so-called traditional family values, I believe that we simply lack courage. This morning, representatives of NGOs have announced an initiative to appeal to the Constitutional Court on behalf of the same with a request to assess the compatibility of the Istanbul Convention with the provisions of the Constitution of the Republic of Lithuania. Such interpretations of the Constitution of the Istanbul Convention have definitely been shrouded in a lot of myths. So I hope that the interpretation by the Constitutional Court will serve as an additional incentive to not only ratify the International Convention establishing the best standards for the protection of domestic violence in Lithuania, but also to reach a strong public consensus that every person, regardless of his or her gender, deserves the maximum protection of the state from violence. This morning, the President has raised an ambitious goal for Lithuania to become the most friendly country for families in the EU. To my mind, elimination of all forms of violence in a domestic environment is the best tool to achieve the set goal. So thank you very much, and I wish you a successful event. Thank you, Thomas, for conveying the best wishes of the President in this regard as well. Well, hopefully we will keep on track and we will be able to fulfill his dream. And now I would like to give the floor to Dovilė Masalskienė, Program Manager of Women's Issues Information Center, who focuses on the protection of women against domestic violence within the center, to moderate the following session of the event. Thank you very much. Thank you for all the welcome addresses. And on this note, recalling the wishes of the President of this morning, I would now like to give the floor to Dr. Giedrė Purvaneckienė, Chairperson of Women's Issues Information Center, to inform us on the situation in Lithuania. How does the situation, based on the statistics, look like in reality?
Labą dieną.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to see so many familiar faces. We have worked for quite many years in this field. I'm also very happy to see new faces, especially the young ones, because engagement in these activities of young people are very important, because the most important thing and my most important idea is that we have to change the culture of our society, and only then we will be able to deal with violence against women. So first and foremost, I will start with the following. After the restoration of independence, we have always achieved progress in gender equality. Over the years, the attitudes of our people have been changing. They have become better, but there have been some revolutionary moments as well. One of such revolutionary events was the law on the protection against domestic violence that was adopted back in 2011. As it has been mentioned by Jūratė Šeduikienė, we have moved from private prosecution to public prosecution. I will later show you the figures to show how the situation has changed. Here you see the statistics from the year 2022, and These are the figures which show us whether we need additional measures or whether it is enough. Domestic violence crimes accounted for 14.4% of all crimes, including theft. So here you see that this percentage represents domestic violence from all the crimes in total. So there have been 52,000 reports of domestic violence. Well, of course, sometimes they may be misleading. A total of 5,872 domestic violence crimes were recorded, and I will also repeat the things that have already been mentioned. 78.8% of the victims were women, and 80% of them were victims of intimate partner violence. 86.3% of the suspected perpetrators were male. So we can see that domestic violence is male violence against women or gender-based violence. So I believe that these concepts have to be included in our legal framework. I have been collecting the statistics for many years now, and I include some additional information into the charts year on year. So here you see the changes in the number of reports of domestic violence and in the number of registered injuries from the period of 2011 to 2022. We've seen quite a few developments. There has been a drop, as you see, in the number of reports on domestic violence because of the wrong interpretation of domestic violence, interpretation of the law on the protection of minors. Women were afraid to report any violence committed against children, but now here you see those figures because these figures are the result of our efforts. Now, these figures also show that there is quite a huge gap between the number of reports of domestic violence and the number of pre-trial investigations that have been launched. And I guess this difference is too big. Being a researcher myself, I believe that this difference is far too big. I know that police officers have an explanation for everything, but when I see this gap, when I see this difference, I don't think it's good, and I believe that there's always room for improvement. Now, this slide shows the revolutionary shift that has happened since 2011 when the law on the protection against domestic violence was adopted. So usually the number of victims who suffered from their intimate partner accounted for approximately 300 before the year 2011. Now, what it means, what I mean when I say about the revolutionary shift, once we adopted the law, the number of victims who suffered from their intimate partner has increased tenfold because with the adoption of the law, women started receiving assistance. So this happened particularly since 2011. Now, we are looking forward to the introduction of the protection order, and hopefully we have a different line. It will be somewhere in the middle, because this curve would show the number of protection orders issued by court. So, as I have mentioned, I have been collecting data for quite a long time, and this shows the data from 2004. Private prosecution, public prosecution has provided the law enforcement officers to work more efficiently because the victims themselves can no longer withdraw their reports, their applications, their complaints, because the public authorities then get engaged into the prosecution. And once we adopted the law in 2011, victims started receiving assistance because we started establishing specialized victim support centers. Last year, statistics show that approximately over 15,000 adults were registered within the complex assistance centers. 13,000 of them consented to receiving assistance. Because, well, it does happen that some victims are not willing to receive support. Sometimes we fail to find victims because we don't have their contact addresses or telephone numbers. I'm not going deeper into the work of assistance centers themselves. I'm trying to interpret only the figures. So last year, Last year, 13,000 people received assistance, 79% of them being women, 1% of children, and the rest men. Sometimes specialized complex assistance centers are accused of providing assistance to women, but the figures show, the data show that 10% of victims are men, and the fact is that men are willing to accept this assistance. I was surprised by this fact when I looked into the data. So my conclusions are as follows when it comes to the Istanbul Convention. Well, the figures of victims of domestic violence are very high. We do have to fight domestic violence more efficiently. Once we adopted the law in 2011, the system for the provision of support for victims are functioning. And I hear the arguments of those people who say that we do have everything, that the centers are functioning well, we do provide support. But I think that there are some problems when it comes to punishing victims, but I'm not going to get into detail. This is not my subject. But let me tell you that both the police and the specialized assistance centers are not able to cover all the preventive activities. Therefore, the Istanbul Convention is necessary for Lithuania because once we ratify the convention, the parties will be committed to make every effort to prevent domestic violence across the fields. The parties will be committed to change the social attitudes and to change the behaviors within our society. That is why we need those commitments imposed by the Istanbul Convention, and we need the intersectoral cooperation. Thank you very much. I'll finish at that. Maybe we'll hear the questions afterwards.
Labai ačiū, Giedrė.
Thank you, Giedrė, very much for allowing us to familiarize with the statistics. Well, you've mentioned it rightly, that questions will be asked at the end of the session. We will definitely have the time for that. So we will be able to come back to the questions that you might have at this moment. And now I would like to give the floor to Ms. Jurgita Cinskienė, head of Lithuanian Association for the Assertion of Women's Rights, to tell us about the assistance that is available for the victims of domestic violence in Lithuania.
Labadiena, gerbiami konferencijos dalyviai. Iš tiesų, malonu Jūs matyti.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to see you here, taking place in this event dedicated to a truly topical issue. The focus of my presentation today is the specialized comprehensive assistance for victims of domestic violence in Lithuania. And I would like to start from the very beginning, the law that is the most important one when it comes to dealing with the protection against domestic violence. As of the 1st of July, a new version of the law will become effective. Several novelties will be introduced. So let me say a few words on the valid law and the one that will become effective. The law on the protection against domestic violence is the result of numerous NGOs lasting many years. The parties, through the adoption of the law, have committed themselves to fulfilling the measures outlined in the law. The law defines the assistance to be provided by specialized comprehensive assistance centers. The statistics, as you may have heard time and again, show that the majority of the victims are women. 80%, to be precise, of the victims are women. And so the lawmakers, the law enforcement institutions, and all the stakeholder institutions agree that domestic violence is the outcome of gender inequality. Unfortunately, neither 12 years ago at the adoption of the law, nor in the recent years, as we have been working actively on the latest version of the law, we failed to convince policymakers to have the concept of gender-based violence introduced in the law. Although statistics shows that violence is related to gender. The new version of the law also fails to mention that domestic violence is also the violation of human rights. The law defines the specialized comprehensive assistance centers as institutions providing complex assistance to victims. At the moment, there are 14 NGOs and women's rights organizations providing specialized assistance to the victims. As of 2012, such centers are being funded through public tenders. However, as of the 1st of July, new changes will be introduced, meaning that according to the new version of the law, the specialized assistance centers will be funded through accreditation procedures. Up until now, in selecting the providers of specialized comprehensive assistance, priority was given to NGOs. Unfortunately, the new version of the law does not mention that. The criteria based on which the centers will be accredited are quite baseline, which poses certain risks to the quality of the assistance provided by such centers. Another important aspect to become effective as of the 1st of July concerns the transfer of information on the victims. Up until now, such centers were committed to providing the information on victims to police officers only. However, as of the 1st of July, the law will provide for a larger list of the recipients of victim-related information, including the children's rights institutions, social protection institutions, and others. Before the new version of the law becomes effective, we still have to determine the criteria for recognizing a potential victim or potential perpetrator. Up until now, we have not identified the criteria to determine a potential victim or perpetrator. Another important thing to be mentioned is the commitments to municipalities. The existing law focused on the functions of municipalities in ensuring protection of the victims and providing assistance, but the new version of the law elaborates a bit more on the functions of municipalities in this respect. The current activity plans of municipalities do not contain any specific actions as to how to prevent domestic violence. So this has to be borne in mind as of the 1st of July. As I've mentioned, specialized comprehensive assistance means all kinds of assistance provided to the victims. However, the new law will also identify risk-prone victims, as well as the order for protection, the latter being a measure to ensure protection of the victims that are prone to experiencing certain risks. This means that the person is allowed to avoid contact with the perpetrator, as well as with other persons in the domestic environment. Bearing in mind that the protection order can be complained against, this means that the practice of specialized comprehensive assistance centers is also bound to change. We will have 36 hours to complain against the issued order for protection, which means that the centers will be looking at higher administrative burden. And unfortunately, the funding does not go hand in hand with the increased administrative burden of the centers. Now, to be more precise, this is the statistics from 2021 to inform you about the scope of our activities. So we have over 20,000 registered victims of domestic violence at our centers. However, only 14,000 of them have received the assistance from the centers because children have to be eliminated from the statistics. It is up to the Children's Rights Ombudsperson to take care of the protection of the rights of children. We can only provide assistance to people above 18. So, bearing the statistics in mind, we can imagine the workload that we will be looking at in the future. We have roughly 100 specialists working in our centers. Within a year, we are capable of providing assistance services to 68,000 people, which is quite a huge figure, to tell you the truth. This is something that is really concerning because we may not be able to maintain the same level of workload with the new version of the law once it becomes effective. In general, we can say that our services are long term. But we have cases where our experts are working for numerous hours with one victim to assist the person in avoiding the violent environment. Secondary assistance is of particular importance in such cases. I have in mind here specialized legal assistance in this case. Certainly, psychotherapeutic assistance to children living in an abusive environment is very important. And so far, we are not capable to provide fully such assistance within our state. The assistance that our centers provide is not limited to the consultations by our experts. We also ensure mediation services so that the victims are able to communicate with our institutions. So if need be, we're also communicating with social protection services to make sure that they provide the necessary services for the victims that approach us. In this case, we should mention a few issues that we are dealing here as well. We do notice a lack of flexibility on behalf of the social protection services, because such services are local based. And when victims, especially senior victims, disabled victims, victims that require urgent assistance, provision of services, social protection services to such persons is quite complicated, especially bearing in mind that the perpetrator is living in the environment, the closest environment of the victims. Another issue that we deal with is the attitudes of specialists with regards towards the victim. This is also something that makes our communication, interagency communication, more difficult. We tend to notice that there's a lack of coordination between the different institutions, and certain upgrade of skills of specialists is certainly missing. And a few words regarding the cooperation. In 2018, a group of scientists with Ms. Purvaneckiene included in them have conducted a research into provision of assistance services. And on the slide, you can find the information that is identified in this research. To sum up the research, we can say that the abundance of available services puts the victims or the clients at a loss. So sometimes less is more. We sometimes get the impression that the institutions either lack communication and cooperation, or there is an absence of such cooperation. The specialists tend to notice that they lack the information on the possibility to upgrade their competences. Sometimes the expectations with regards to the specialists of other institutions are quite high, which means that at the very end, victims are the ones that fail to receive the services of the necessary quality. I've told you about the victims that become clients of the centers that provide complex, comprehensive assistance. As for the kinds of victims that approach the centers, the law defines the victims of domestic violence as persons that suffer from physical, psychological violence, which means that we can identify several types of violence. Stalking is also a type of crime that we should focus as well, but we still lack a lot of statistics on this crime in particular. Now, this slide also shows the result of the research of the said that I've mentioned before. And here you can see the general tendencies. You can see how much our society admits that there is violence in our society and how much there are people that justify certain types of violence. As for the clients of the comprehensive assistance centers, usually the case is that when victims approach the law enforcement institutions, those institutions transfer the information to such centers only when there is specific information regarding the case. So far, custodial measures have been put in place in the majority of cases, but physical violence is just one type of violence that the victims are dealing with. It is always a case of psychological and economic violence at the same time. Unfortunately, we still have a shortage of information on economic violence, and psychological violence is always something that is treated as a taboo. It is difficult to talk about that. Apparently, many victims fail to even identify that they have experienced psychological violence. So we have some doubts with regards to the application and effectiveness of the order for protection when it comes to the victims that suffer psychological violence. Certainly, raising awareness is a very important task to do. Unfortunately, to this day, we still fail to provide enough information to society on domestic violence, the types of domestic violence, and the available assistance services. So at the moment, the main source of information for the specialized comprehensive assistance centers is the police. The victims that approach our centers, 90% of the victims receive such assistance within our centers, and everything depends on awareness raising. Well, for instance, back in 2019, opinion polls showed that none of the persons surveyed identified our centers as institutions in charge of providing comprehensive assistance. And so accordingly, we had only 6% of the people seeking for help within our centers. Following an awareness-raising campaign, the figures of opinion polls conducted in 2020 showed that 16 people of the people surveyed were aware of 16% of the people surveyed were aware of the existence of such centers. Later on, in 2021, the figure dropped to 12% because, again, there was no awareness-raising campaign organized prior to the opinion poll. So apparently, we have to make sure that people are aware of the existence of such centers and the assistance that they provide. In addition to that, the media and the social networks are still dominated by various degrading language, which means that there's still a shortage of information available for society. So, to sum up, I would like to identify the main issues that I've covered in my presentation. So, one of them is the definition of the gender-based violence concept, as well as focus on the victims of economic and psychological violence. Awareness raising and the interinstitutional coordination are areas where we still face some difficulties. So the ratification of the Istanbul Convention could definitely serve our causes because, first of all, by identifying the definition of gender-based violence, we will be able to take the necessary steps forward, especially when it comes to defining our main actions and the directions of action. Next, we will also establish a certain universal approach towards the dealing of this issue. And finally, the convention would also ensure the control and effectiveness of addressing this issue. Apparently, we are still trying to reinvent the bike instead of making use of the good practice that has been in place for quite some time now. Because proving the existence of domestic violence is not enough at this moment. What we need is a document that is larger in its scope, and it has been proven to be effective. We just need to make use of it. And finally, you can see the contacts of the specialized comprehensive assistance centers. You can also see our hotline number, as well as the assistance provided to the people with disabilities through Skype. So thank you for your attention.
Ačiū labai, Jurgita, už tokį.
Thank you, Ms. Sinskiene, for presenting, for introducing us to a very comprehensive support mechanism. I believe it was very interesting both for the audience here and those watching us online to see the types of assistance, to see how victims can receive particular support. And thank you for taking note of the fact that we need a broader perspective on providing support to victims. I would also like to thank you for mentioning the aspect of cooperation. It is very important, not only in organizing assistance, but also in providing assistance and in organizing various preventive campaigns and activities. Already, Dr. Giedrė Porvaneckienė mentioned that we need cooperation. We have to change the mindset of our society. I'm therefore very happy that with us today we have Mindaugas Akelaitis. He is here physically, and he's setting an example for everyone. We cooperate with the Lithuanian police, and we are very happy to have Mr. Akelaitis, who's the head of the Public Police Board of the Police Department, and he's going to speak about the protection of victims of domestic violence in Lithuania. Good morning, everyone. I'm truly very happy to be physically in the hall with the people whom I've known for many years now. Despite the fact that we've been working for quite a long time, we are still dealing one of the same problem. I believe that sometimes our opinions are different. Sometimes we do have a different understanding of what should be done and of the ways that something should be done. But today I have to speak about the protection of victims of domestic violence. Therefore, it would be only logical to talk a bit retrospectively. The previous speakers have already mentioned some facts from the past, but on the screen here you see the white and green cars. These are the cars of our police. So I will talk from the perspective of a policeman. And then I'll move on to the things that our opinions differ. Well, until the year 2011, before the law on protection against domestic violence was adopted, domestic violence was considered as a normal thing and as a thing that is a matter of a family, that's a family business only. I know that people were not happy with this thing, and those people have put great effort to ensure that this is not only a family business. Therefore, we have to understand quite clearly that if there is no legal regulation, if it is not said that certain things are not allowed, then the police is not able to take any measures. When I was a child myself, I would see domestic violence examples quite often. I'd see my neighbor, a woman, running out into the street. I would also see police cars coming to their house, but then leaving their house without doing anything. So assistance to victims was virtually non-existent. And now we have the comprehensive assistance centers. We meet quite often with the representatives of such centers. They have been working in Lithuania for over 10 years now. So I believe, well, that the assistance as such for victims has existed for many years, but it was rather sporadic. From the perspective of police, of the police department, we are very happy that we now have the center to which we can send the victims. Infliction of physical pain is one of the most frequent offenses currently, and previously it was the subject of the private prosecution, which meant that the court will not start any pretrial investigation if the person himself or themselves do not go to court. So, well, it might sound as an absurd, but this was the fact back in 2011. With the entry into force of the law on protection against domestic violence at the end of 2011, changes were beginning to take place, and it is no secret that we as an organization faced a huge challenge because first and foremost we we've already started having domestic violence as a criminal offense of public importance, which meant that domestic violence victims no longer needed to go to court themselves, and the prosecution was always supported by the prosecutor. And it should also be noted, again coming back to the law on the protection against domestic violence, the original version of the law provides for an unusual legal regulation which gives the police the right to apply to court for the eviction of a person suspected of domestic violence after pretrial investigation has been opened and the suspect has been temporarily detained. So it was already some kind of measure for the protection of domestic violence. It has already been mentioned today that the public attitudes also needed to be changed. So the regulation has changed, but the attitudes have not changed overnight. And one aspect is the internal attitudes of every individual person and attitudes towards domestic violence across the justice chain. Because people still argued whether the cases of domestic violence were a public case or whether that was only a family business only. So currently, I no longer hear the same arguments today. I know that 10 years is not a huge period. It is said that societal attitudes change rather. It is very difficult to change societal attitudes. So we do know that there are some drawbacks. We therefore follow the situation very carefully. And we try to ensure that police officers have the right attitude towards victims of domestic violence. The revised legal framework has brought some changes. Well, some might think that these were only very minor changes, but from the legal perspective, the changes were substantial. This specific regulation on the eviction of perpetrators was one of them. So it was one of the sanctions against the perpetrator. So and now people believe that the criminal code is one of the best ways to address the problem. So in some way, this new legal framework has become very convenient for me because everything was very clearly stated. I knew what we have to do, what sanctions we have to impose, and so on and so forth. So the discourse has changed, but in majority of the debates, some NGO representatives said that we will solve the problem once we punish the perpetrator. But I believe the truth is that crimes are the outcome of improper behavior, and punishment for the offense is not the best way out. I'm not questioning the fact whether we should punish perpetrators. The public discourse often say that we have to imprison perpetrators, but I think it's out of question. The major thing is that once we focused on a pretrial investigation on punishing victims, we no longer have a solution to the problem. So the police comes to the scene of the domestic violence. We arrest the perpetrator, but has it become easier for the victim? Well, I do know that the codes in Lithuania talk about human rights. And we tried to imagine that we protect victims by the code of criminal procedure. And very soon, the prosecutor's office and then the courts. I noticed that there were quite a lot of investigations, and we've seen this from the statistical data. It is only very natural that with such a huge number of investigations, the case law was developed. And again, we started asking ourselves whether we have enough pre-trial investigations. But my question again is as follows. Is the number of pre-trial investigations going to protect victims? I'm not sure about that. Now, this slide shows the number of reports annually, and these are reports are related to the domestic violence. This orange part, which accounts for 20% approximately, are the reports with regard to which some criminal procedures have been initiated. I guess, and that is the worst thing here, you see. Thus, the major part of the reports remains unaddressed, which means that the police just comes, talks both to the victim and to the perpetrator. The police states that, yes, there was some kind of conflict, but they do not have enough evidence to initiate the pre-trial investigation. Because if the pre-trial investigation begins, we know what the outcome of it will be. This diagram shows the decisions taken with regard to those 20% of cases. So 40 of those pre-trial investigations were terminated. 25% were terminated because the conflicting parties reconciliated. So only 7% of cases of domestic violence are taken to court. And face this judicial procedure and then receive some punishment. This means if we started more pre-trial investigations, we would have to terminate, again, even more pre-trial investigations. Let me note that pre-trial investigation takes longer than half an hour or a day because it involves not only the work of police officers but also of other judicial institutions. Therefore, I feel rather disappointed because this situation shows the statistics from the year 2020. So if we direct our efforts towards prevention and protection, and we don't have now the tools for that, maybe we would be able to achieve some positive outcomes. So I am disappointed that we focus on punishment and on pre-trial investigations. I know that I have asked this question for quite a long time. What do we know about our victims? We tend to ask how many perpetrators received punishment, and so on and so forth. But we have not asked whether the measures provided for victims were effective. We don't know how many victims returned to the abusive partner, so we don't know much of the information. Again, we focus again on punishing rather than providing real assistance for victims. So it seems that we could focus more on assistance. Now, well, today we are now at a turning point, and if I may so, the 1st of July will be very important. It will be as important as the law that was adopted in 2011. The new law on protection against domestic violence will create two important legal preconditions for police activity. First, the police will be able to make use of the protection order, and I'm very happy that the Lithuanian parliament adopted a very balanced decision as to how this protection order has to be issued. We thought that this procedure will be very complicated and bureaucratic, but I'm very happy that this will not be the case. So once we will have to provide immediate assessment of the risk of violence, and once the risk is established, we will be able to issue a protection order, obliging the person who's putting the person at risk to move out of the place of the residence. I talked to my colleagues as well. We already know some families, very abusive families, and we tend to go to those families some 2 or 3 times a month. But hopefully this law will be a very good tool, because the order, the protection order, will be valid for 15 days, and it can be appealed against in a very simple way in order to safeguard the rights of those at risk. I know that there will be problems related to providing accommodation to those whom we evict. Also, there is another important thing, both for me as a police officer and as a human being. The law introduced the programs for behavioral change. I know that there were arguments against such behavior change programs, but I'm very happy that there will be some such programs. So if we are able to change this abusive behavior, the perpetrator will no longer exert violence on his or her spouse. I believe that acting proactively is much better and much more effective than responding to offenses and hoping that they will end someday. And again, from the perspective of the police, well, we are truly preparing for those changes. We are receiving various trainings, and I would like to express my thanks to the Lithuanian Association for the Assertion of Women's Rights. We have worked together with the center for the last months, and hopefully this will yield some positive results. Previously, we had no such practice, and therefore I'm very grateful to all those teachers who gave lessons to our police officers. To conclude on an optimistic note, we do cooperate with the various representatives of various institutions. We do have to learn from other institutions. We are learning from them. So we'll start. The law will enter into force on the 1st of July. Hopefully, we will be able to address the problems that might arise very quickly. I know that we will be able to rely on the experience of foreign countries because they have already adopted some effective decisions. So I'll finish at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mindaugas, for your presentation. We now have some 10 minutes for questions. Since we have taken some more time from the Q&A session, so I would ask you to share your 1 or 2 questions for our keynote speakers. Do we have any questions? Jurgita, please. Good morning, Jurgita Pečiurienė. I'm a sociologist. Before asking my question, I would like to make the following comments on the research into the reasons as to why women tend to return to abusive spouse. There are a number of different circumstances that are in play in addition to the existing approaches and attitudes in society. So it's difficult to specify the exact reasons as to why they return to abusive relations. And my question relates to the German experience as well. As of April this year, we have to provide a unified telephone number for the victims of domestic violence, so that a victim can seek help across the entire European Union. So my question is related to the introduction of this unified hotline. Is Lithuania going to do that? I'm not sure if this question is addressed to me. I know that we had some debate on this hotline. And if you see that there is a need to further discuss the possibility to introduce a uniform hotline, and that there are still victims that are unable to reach the necessary institutions providing the assistance they need, well, we could hold a debate on the establishment of such a hotline. So we can return to the debate if need be. Well, perhaps I could add, and this is just my personal opinion, I do not represent the opinions of the entire association. The EU-wide helpline number certainly would be much better recognized, and it would facilitate the access of services for the victims of domestic violence. So I guess we should discuss the possibility to contact to such a EU-wide helpline number. Thank you very much for your comment and question. A 2-in-1. This is another step towards further cooperation. And if there are no more questions in this session anymore, let me express my gratitude to our first keynote speakers and invite everyone for a cup of coffee. And if you have any questions, you can do that during the coffee break. We will have 20 minutes lasting coffee break to give a break to our interpreters at the same time. And I invite everyone to come back at 12:20. And before we break for the coffee break, I would like to thank the keynote speakers of this session. And I would like to start with my gratitude to the representative of the German embassy, to Peter Bushman, a small token of appreciation on our behalf.
Taip pat Vilmai.
My thanks also goes to Ms. Vilma Augienė to better remember us and to have something to go shopping with. I would also like to invite Dr. Giedrė Purvaneckienė to receive our token of appreciation. A colleague of mine, I get in touch on a daily basis, Ms. Jurgita Cinskienė, please come forward. And another person I contact, if not on a daily basis, then at least on a weekly basis, a person whose name is well known to us, Mr. Mindaugas Akelaitis.
O dabar linkiu geros kavos.
And now I wish you to enjoy your coffee break. And Dovile, could you please clarify once again, when do we come back? 12:20.
Labadiena dar kartą, kviečiu.
Good afternoon once again. Please take your seats. Please come back to the hall so that we could start our second session of the conference. The second session of the conference it will be spoken in English. Therefore, if you need interpretation, please take your seats at the table, because it is only there that you will be able to have the headsets for the interpretation. Or you can take headsets from the table. So again, channel 1 is for Lithuanian and channel 2 is for English. Just like in the first session, the questions, remarks and comments will be after all the 3 keynote speakers deliver their speeches.
Taip po truputėlį matau, kad tikrai
Well, I see that you are already coming back to the hall. A majority of you have already returned. Our broadcast is again live on the internet, so welcome back. Welcome back to the second session of the conference. And it is my pleasure to give the floor to one of our first keynote speakers, Marion Berker from Germany, and she says that she breathes human rights. So I'd like to give the floor to Ms. Marion Berker to share her insights and the fresh views as well as best practices of Germany.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you so much for having me here. I'm very excited about this conference. It could be in many places in Europe or beyond, because it's so important. Our real human right is living in a world free of violence, free of 100% of violence, and that is what we know. And this is for every person in this world, women, men, boys, girls, transsexual, lesbian, gay. Every person in this world can ask and complain for this right. And to accelerate our development, you have described that you have made progress, like every country in Europe or beyond, but to accelerate and reduce harm as soon as possible, we want to discuss what is coming up. And Germany is not above everything, definitely not. But we have a long story with this combating violence against women and making it public since 1996. And I'm coming back to this in a few minutes. The newest numbers are shocking in Germany. Even we have ratified the Istanbul Convention, and we have a lot of infrastructure as one crisis resulted in increase of domestic violence cases to 2/3 brought forward by women of all ages in the last 6 months of this year. Compared to 2021, this is an increase of 9.3%. And we have no real background information. Some are saying it is the COVID crisis, but I think it is more the accumulation of the COVID crisis and aftermath, of the inflation, of the war threat, of care and climate crisis. So we have not managed to go back to decrease the numbers or to normal. We knew that we wanted to go back after the COVID crisis to a better world, but there was a lack and gap and we missed it out. It was a hope we had for a couple of years, but this is the result of the newest statistics in Germany. And if you look into the other countries in Europe, for example, at the beginning of the COVID crisis, in Spain, there were 700% more complaints and cases of domestic violence because of the rule to stay at home. Especially women had given up their jobs. I don't have to elaborate on this anymore. sentences, but you know, you can go through Europe and you see that in each of the European countries it has increased, in Italy, but also in Germany. But we are very surprised that now it is not returning to a better result, but has increased. So it means we have to do a lot to combat this. And the core facts about Germany and the Istanbul Convention, and you don't have to write this down, you will get the presentation, are that we have done the signature in May 11th, 2011, as it was said before, and then we have published already for dissemination this publication, which has 3 languages, the German, our own language, English and French. And maybe we should have much more, because in our country are living many more people who speak Turkish, Russian, now Ukraine. So we need new publications. And when we wanted to bring this publication to you here, we saw that the printouts were run out. And this is always our experience, that there's too less money, too less, farsight in the publication management, and they print too less. And they say, oh, it's online. But we make the experience that many people, to be aware of a law, a difficult to read law, they don't study it hours and hours online. And many elderly women are not online. Young girls are not, especially on the webpage of a women's ministry or social ministry, to download these web pages. So you need it maybe in simple language, shortened, but in distribution in all languages. But at least it's a try, and we will improve. The ratification was on the 17th of July 2017, and then it was law in Germany. It is transferred through the Federal Law Journal. In the same minute it is published into the German law, like CEDAW was or others. But it can happen that some lawyers, lots of judges, are in their job since centuries or since years and have not experienced this. So they read it, but they need training. Also, we have to improve in Germany the training of the judges and the legal experts, of the defenders, of everybody in this profession. And the problem is the judges in Germany are not obliged to take a training. So we have to convince them that it is necessary. And yes, they stick to new laws, but it is sometimes a long time before it really trickles down into practice and good sentences and even good treatment of victims or complainants before the court. The first issue was that there were 2 reservations, Article 59 and 44, which is on the residence stay of foreign victims of violence against women, which was sometimes since 2003 tried to accept, but it was a regulation, not a law. So now we have a law, but not at the first months after, or years after the ratification acknowledged. It was a reservation. But in the 1st of February 28, no, wait a minute. The second, the Article 44, is on provisions on the application before the courts on criminal acts and for foreigners. And both of this we have waited for a long time, and we have a organization. It is called Umbrella Association of Migrant Women Association. We call it DAMIGRA in Germany. And they have worked hard before publishing, I can give it around, their own shadow report for the first Grevio report under the Istanbul Convention. And they not only complained about these 2 articles, but they had made such a huge advocacy with support of many other NGOs that this was removed on 1st of February 2023. And now we are free of these reservations. So the whole Istanbul Convention is in force in Germany. The first report under the Grevio, the baseline report was commented by the Grevio on the 26th of October 2022. And until then, the whole time, the decades after the drafting of the decade, our whole civil society has united in one alliance for Istanbul Convention. We do it with many issues, CEDAW, 1325, Women, Peace and Security. So we have always alliances for an issue, which was the Istanbul Convention, to mutually do advocacy. And they consist on about 30 to 55 or more NGOs, sometimes even a German National Council with 55 members, and others are members of this association. So there was a good basic to talk with the government and make advocacy in detail in all the roundtables which were already existing. You can download all these files. The reply of Germany after huge discussion with the NGOs and all stakeholders after the Grevio baseline report came in September 2022. And it is also online in English now. I've sent it in the report, in this presentation also now with the link to the English report. And there are so many things to do, and we are so happy that it is not only in force, but that Grevio has given us now recommendations as homework, which we have to do, which is really, really comprehensive work for the next years to do. To tell you from where we are coming, it is on basis of a structure we have to develop any further, which was started in 1976, as I said, because it started only with women who wanted to help women, who founded the first shelter in Berlin, then in Cologne, and then in other cities. And the model was the Chiswick Women's Aid in London. It is always like this. If we find good best practice model, we find them somewhere in other countries and transfer it. And it was a big success because first municipalities, then a state financed it. Church-based groups, whatever groups came together, and there is a big network of all stakeholders who manage shelters, but also counseling centers and the whole differentiated infrastructure. But it has not resulted decrease. We had a lot of law reforms also in 1997. It was very important that we had a law reform on marital rape. And it said that rape in the marriage is rape and a criminal act. Before it was, like it was said here, business of a family, and not really to criminalize, but then it was criminalized. And we had a reform under the light of the Istanbul Convention already, under the inefficiency which was shown, which says no is no, and it is from March 2017. And the other counterpart in Spain is now only yes is yes. The institutional acceptance and partial collaboration with police, courts, hospitals, social offices, ministries, whatever services in each sector of the life, for example, employers, etc., has increased and was extended, but we will do it now much more. And especially what I noted before, in all these sectors, we need a center of competence for trainings, because there are so many sectors of life. People have a slight idea about violence against women, gender-based, what's the meaning, but there is not a lifelong training. I think this is relevant for many countries. In some statistics, you see that Germany and Lithuania are on the same level. For example, the experience of women with psychological violence from their partners in the age of 15 plus or 18 until 74. This is from an original study from the European Agency for Fundamental Rights, FRA, 2014, and was published by EIGE in 2020 with an analysis. But also Germany now, as I said, has a new number which is increased, 180,000 cases, which if you imagine is a whole big city. If you put these women together in a shelter, In Germany, it is a big city. Nobody can imagine this. Our main instrument or structure is that there is a holistic and united parallel structure in all levels of Germany. But we can also start from the global level. We have the CSW, the Commission on the Status of Women, where we mainly talk about violence against women, where we always have a lot of exchange about this, but we could accelerate. Somebody said the main topic of the CSW should finally be gender-based violence against women. Then we have the G20, G7, where we have now gatherings around gender equality, and here we can also make advocacy and finally find some decisions for these regions and for these countries. Then we have the CEDAW, the SDGs, and the national machineries of the advancement of women in our country. On the EU level, there's a big lack because according or compared to other ministries and portfolios of policy, we have no conference of gender equality ministers. This is something many NGOs like the European Women's Lobby and also the FEM committee in the European Parliament have several times addressed. And sorry, I got this cold on my way here. And I think we have to fight for, because this conference of the gender equality ministers could also be an important place, important conference where numbers, results, lacks and gaps of the implementation of Istanbul Convention could be reflected and accelerated. Then we have the FEM committee in the European Parliament. We have now gender budgeting since 1st of January. So if you look into the budget of the European Commission, we should also always ask how much money is spent for the implementation of the Istanbul Convention, because since a couple of weeks, you know, the whole European Union has now a decision to ratify the complete Istanbul Convention for all countries. So it applies for Turkey, it applies for Lithuania. How they want to make it valid, I don't know, but it is the acquis communautaire now. Our next structure, you see on the right, is on our national level. We have, no, on the very right, on the national level, we have our national machinery of the advancement of women, the BMFSJ. It's called the Federal Ministry for Women, no, for Family, Seniors, Women and Youth. And we have it since a long time. They are the coordination agency on the national level for policy. We have the Gender Equality Ministers and Senators Conference, which is a steady conference in Germany, where all the ministers from all länder, sometimes also from municipalities, come along, and some NGOs, and they make decisions. And we have the 16 federal ministries for gender equality. And then the civil society is also organized parallel to our structure, so no section is left out, except the conference on the EU level. In Germany, we have all kinds of actors at roundtables on municipality, on länder, on federal level. There we have the alliance. We have alliances even on dialogue roundtable in different sections, like whether you have all the list of different forms of violence against women shown. So for each of these sectors and fields, we have one roundtable on trafficking, one on domestic violence, one on, hopefully in future, on feminicide, because this is really a lack which the Istanbul Convention will close. And we have various on yeah, I just female genital. Yeah, female genital mutilation. I'm sorry, I got so weird. No, it's not a word. Sorry. And we have all these kind of roundtables, and at least they meet together in one big roundtable. And all these set from NGOs will also feed ministries or government policy, the parliament, for new decisions. This is really taken into account in the last time, and hopefully with all governments. Then we have federal working groups on gender equality officers. They organize themselves from the federal level, then the Länder level and the municipalities, or the institutions as well. So gender equality officers can be also nominated in courts, for example. There we have a big lack. Some are there, but I think the structure could outreach to much more institutions. We have not all clinics, for example, who are gender sensitive, but many are trained, like the Charité in Berlin, for all kinds of gender-based forms of violence against women in domestic but other areas, so that they recognize if a victim comes, this is gender-based violence, which form, how do I treat this woman, am I carefully with her, how I recognize the traumata, but how can she give a witness report, etc. And the new sector under the Istanbul Convention, which is extended, is the forensic, the proof of evidences in hospitals or in police stations, and the whole system, how to do it so that the woman doesn't experience more harm, but can bring her case to court. Well, there's a whole system, and I can only recommend, and I think most of the countries have this system, but we always have to make an analysis, where is the lack? And one of the lack is important. We sometimes don't talk enough about the budget and our claims. Sometimes we have long lists, but we don't talk about the real budgets. We are not in the budget sessions. We don't hear violence against women mentioned in the budget speech of the finance minister. Here we should do much more pressure. In the Istanbul Convention, what I learned in Germany with Damigra especially and other minorities is addressed to all female and male, definitely, inhabitants in the country. It makes them all more visible. That means we have to expand our awareness, also that special measures, how to offer needed issues tailored to the minorities, to the specific persons, to the groups, to refugees, asylum seeker women in all situations, for example, in the flight, in the arrival, in the temporary stay, in the moment they take residence for, maybe temporary or long-term, when they look for a labor market job or training, when they marry, etc., etc. All these needs attention and specific addresses, maybe specific centers, specific offers in the specific languages sometimes, and in the setting of the culture. So we need a lot of more experts to address the Istanbul Convention's obligations and offers to everyone. And especially new in Germany since a couple of years is the attention to police officers on the elderly persons in care institutions and in private care, because this is underestimated how much gender-based, sexualized, domestic violence happens here. And now we see that there are reports, and there must be also measures, and there must be also something new in the care system. And also we learned that women who are working in the care system, in hospitals and care institutions, are very often themselves victims of gender-based violence. But also we miss out maybe some young women, tourists, women in cultural jobs, like in the media, what we have learned in Me Too. And we see that sexism driven by the music industry is also something we newly address. There was a German group which brought it under the CEDAW in May this year. And they mean there's kind of rap music, but also satanic music, rock music. And the music industry is promoting it while there are court cases, but they're not really followed up. And there are women reflected in the songs directly, kill them, rape them, whatever, do with them, which is open call for violence against girls and women. So we have to be more carefully in the governments and in the courts to to see that sometimes women and girls are not opposed to these songs. It's not censorship, it's protection and prevention of harm. Now I want to talk about the gains of the Istanbul Convention. It was mentioned already, and I've checked that it was totally in coherence with my views. One thing is that there's a little article, but Article 8 is very important. It talks about adequate finances. And I think this is very good connected to our further previous experience when we made this follow-up cost analysis already in the 90s, but also in the last couple of years on a European level and other levels. Many institutes have done this. And for example, in Germany in 1996, we had a result that 27.5 billion euro were the follow-up costs from all forms of violence against women in Germany. An immense economical burden for the whole economy, for the whole society. Everybody paid, at least. Now we don't even talk about the human costs. It's difficult to calculate, but maybe we can add a fictive number to this in future. But at least it means a bold investment if you want to counteract it. So when we talk about money, we need to see now under the Istanbul Convention in this paragraph a bold investment, and Germany started in the budget for no, not in a budget, but in a coalition contract 2021 to 2024. And for the budget under this budget provision, they provided 171 million euro for all levels, for kind of studies on national level, but also for all the Länder. For their Länder action plans, they made a lot of need assessment studies. I can show you quickly, but you can later go through it. And also civil society organization experts, researchers could apply for a project. But one focus is to increase the number of shelters which are lacking in Germany. And we have long asked for a standard, how many inhabitants of a city need how many shelters to be always free, and staff and all their other money they need for all their counseling and services. And it has never been fulfilled. So we hope now, by building new centers, we can increase and hold always or facilitate always a sufficient number of places and shelters. Again, for all kinds of groups in the society. But there's also critics that it doesn't go too fast, and we hope that the budget will be extended in the next years. In Article 18.8, the budget also applies for other measures. It was decided that after the ratification, we have now a monitoring body in the Institute for Human Rights in Germany, in the National Human Rights Institution, and it will also provide great data, and is covered for an extra 500 million euro per year. The next measures, which are again to mention shortly, is the amendment of our criminal code, on the one hand for court proceedings and to shorten limitation of periods, and also the 50th amendment for the criminal code was closing gaps in sexual violence and self-determination as to the new no is no court, law. I go ahead. And if you see my presentation later, and I have to quickly come to an end, there is a matrix in the Institute for Human Rights in the new monitoring body for each Länder. 16 Länder are measured under these criteria. Do they have a Länder action plan? Is there a reference to the Istanbul Convention, for example, not only there, but in other programs, but also in coalition contracts? What procedures do they have? What coordination body? Is there a coordination body? Is it independent? Is it under the government? Is it efficient? This will all come next year. And is there a government statement in the budget? Also, are there any updates? It's still open. And I could go through this, and you see that each lender have different approaches, but also similarities. So all the lenders are working now on lender action plans in different moods, but 8 of them have used the money from the national level for studies, need assessment studies, to better define the laws. I mean, you will, for Bremen, maybe give a good example how you did it. Bremen is exceptional. Many have chosen to have a holistic approach, to have a round table with all stakeholders from the land, including experts, civil society, counseling centers, shelters, but also any other experts who wanted to contribute. And some have not, some have decreased it a little bit. And we see that it has increased, that with the new coalition contracts, each coalition contract makes a reference to Istanbul Convention. I don't go detailed through it, but you can see here each lender and the institute or the independent monitoring body will fill this matrix and system and measure them with these indicators, find new ones, so they're all under monitoring. And the civil society and experts can always give in reports, and all these reports and monitoring leads to the big report at the end when we all deliver the reports to the Grevio. And yeah, I thank you for listening, and I'm looking forward for the discussion. But now we have Bremen as a very good example.
Labai ačiū, Marion, už pristatymą ir tikrai už pavyzdį ir priminimą.
Thank you, Marion, for the presentation and for reminding us that we need a consistent and holistic approach if we want to work in this area, if we want to provide assistance and to plan the assistance. I have taken note of some things that you've mentioned. Well, I believe that we have to speak about the need of finances, about provision of finances, and about the adequate finances that meet the demand. And now let me give the floor to Anne Faltman. And just as Marion has mentioned, she is going to speak about the regional level, about the system that is operating on the regional level, and she will speak about the federal state of Bremen.
Thank you, Achu. I hope the microphone is on. Can you all hear me? Thank you for inviting us today to the Women's Information Center and also to the German Embassy. We're very delighted to be here. My colleague Wiesel and I, both representing Bremen today, to speak on the important issue of safety for women and children. I work for the State Minister for Health, Women and Consumer Protection in the federal state of Bremen. And I'm here today representing the coordinating body that was already implemented in our federal state, the coordinating body for implementing the Istanbul Convention. It was said before, and we very much stand behind the Istanbul Convention as a human rights treaty itself. It's a huge landmark treaty, and it's the strongest instrument for upholding women's rights that we have at hand in Europe today. It is very special about it, I think, that it has a holistic approach, and if only it was really implemented, then I think we'd have a really good chance on preventing and combating violence against women and domestic violence, as it says. So this treaty was the base for our work, and I'm going to report a bit on how we approached the task of now implementing it. As a background, or a bit for you as an orientation, Bremen consists of two cities, separate cities, the city of Bremen and the city of Bremerhaven, in the northwest of the country, close to the North Sea. We have a population of broadly approximately 700,000 people. And after the ratification of the Istanbul Convention in 2018, it is special that we brought the issue really soon to the state parliament, the Bremer Bürgerschaft. They took up this topic, and it has to be said that really across all parliamentary parties, this was supported and accelerated. So we were lucky to have that kind of support from politics. We also took the first step relatively early. October 2020, the coordinating body for implementing the Istanbul Convention that I work at was established. We also, I have a colleague, we are two people working together, two political scientists. We also very quickly set up 9 working committees that were set up with interdisciplinary experts on, I'm going to elaborate on that later, but to develop the contents for the state action plan. We have a round table that was first summoned in June 2021, and it's coming together every year, gathering all the experts that we have in the 9 working committees and above this. It gathers help centers, shelters, police, courts, hospitals, social offices, services, political representatives and speakers, all of us in administration, the advisory board of survivors, and other women's rights organizations and institutions. Then we have an interagency working committee of delegates from all involved departments from the Bremen Federal State Administration. They meet up every 3 months, so like 3 or 4 times minimum per year, and they were first responsible for developing the state action plan, and now look together at the progress that we're making their reporting on the measures that they're taking, and we're speaking about bringing this forward. Namely, the 5 state ministers are the State Ministry for Law and Constitution, the State Ministry of the Interior for Youth and Social Services, for Children and Education, then my ministry, the Health, Women and Consumer Protection. And then we have a special thing in Bremen. We have an administrative body that is called the Central Office to Promote Equality of Women. Then we added to that structure, and I'm going to show you a bit of a graphic model so you can better grasp what the structure looks like soon. But we added to the structure as a permanent part, the Advisory Board of Survivors that Wiesel is a member of. These are 10 experts by experience. We wanted to integrate a manifold perspective in developing the measurements of the state action plan, and also involving civil society in this process, which the Istanbul Convention explicitly calls for. In March 2022, we finally had the Women's State Action Plan, and this is the printed version. We brought a few copies. If you'd like to take some, you're very welcome. It passed the federal state government, the Senate, in March 22, and we already brought on the first progress report on the state action plan in March this year. This is the structure of committees to implement the Istanbul Convention in Bremen. You will see in the white boxes in the middle, all reporting back to us, the coordinating body. Our a working committee or working group on gender-based violence, gathering all experts from the other working groups together. An advisory board of survivors, which is very unique overall in Germany right now still, but we're hoping that we will have copies soon. Then the Central Office to Promote Equal Opportunities for Women's Regional, it's part of the regional government of Bremen, which I said is very specific to women, and they're taking care of the overall issues of equality for women and having experts on violence against women. And then the interagency working group that I already mentioned. All of these are the basic institution or bodies speaking about the forthcoming of the state action plan, and we gather the working groups. The working groups are working on the specific issues of domestic violence, stalking, online violence, special protection needs, undetected cases, female genital mutilation, and children affected by domestic and intimate partner violence, as well as human trafficking and sexual violence, I think I haven't mentioned. These are the special groups that come together a few times a year as well, and they send representatives to the Roundtable Istanbul Convention in June every year. What is special about our plan? First is that we took a very strong focus on the Istanbul Convention itself. Because we think it's such a brilliant piece of work. The Bremen State Action Plan was explicitly closely based on the 4 pillars of the Istanbul Convention, taking care of these 4 to-dos, basically, covering protection, prevention, prosecution, and integrated policies. We have 75 measures that are mentioned in this plan, and this is obviously not all that we do to combat and prevent violence against women, but these are the measures that we brought together in this plan. What did we do? How did we do it? We brought all the stakeholders together first in the working committees. They looked at and defined the status quo of current structures to address the specific form of violence that they were working on, since there were 9 groups. Then they looked at the help system or the legal structure, basically at what they had established, the measures to prevent it, and the judicial system to prosecute cases. I already mentioned what kind of groups they were working on, because the topic of violence against women is sadly very broad. Here you can see a list of contributors to the Bremen State Action Plan that we were giving thanks to in this plan. And you can see it's a vast and very broad range of institutions, organizations that got together on these tables, working up the plan together. The committees discussed the strengths, needs, and lacks of what was already in place in order to determine what was needed to improve all 4 pillars in compliance with the Istanbul Convention, and then they elaborated on specific measures that were aimed at the specific form of violence that the group was experts on. Each measure was then prioritized to see which could make it into the state action plan, and we were looking to make these measures smart. So it should be specific what they were looking at, it should be measurable that there was a progress, it should be achievable, relevant, and time-based. These 75 measures aim to increase prevention of violence with regard to addressing gender stereotypes, particularly from a young age. So teach them young, start early, looking at boys in particular too. Strengthen initiatives for women's empowerment, including self-defense. They were aiming at offering perpetrators some help and support too, because they might not freely or actively want to be a perpetrator. So we think that Office for Perpetrators are support and protection of violence against women as well. These should be free of charge and easily accessible. They also aim at improving and expanding the support system for survivors, such as specialized advice centers and increased places in shelters. We're pretty lucky. We have free shelters in Bremen and one in Bremerhaven, and we're set up better than other countries, but still we don't have, they're still always full. Funding is a huge issue. So 75 measures already also aim at responding to special needs for support and accessibility for women with disabilities, refugee women, and other women with special protection needs. They are to develop quality standards for intervention on the state level and improve the intervention chain. They are to improve knowledge and sensitivity through training and seminars for all professions working with survivors of violence. They are to ensure survivors can access support mechanisms and are informed about the chances and risks of criminal proceedings. This overall strategy presents a coherent overall strategy to implement the Istanbul Convention and protect women and children from violence. These interconnected measures are aimed at all four pillars of the Istanbul Convention and seek to combat gender-based violence in their specific forms. What is different now to before? Because we had a good help system before, but the Istanbul Convention has a chance, or has brought us a chance, a catalyst for a transformation was said earlier. I think that's true, because now we have an officially adopted document with a wide range of actions, and that basically really much simplifies controlling progress and identifying gaps. And also it brings all stakeholders and all people involved in the process together a lot more. Like the round table, there was nothing like that before. We have a lot of activities like workshops, teachings, get-togethers, working groups, working committees that speak together and also look over their specific expert abroad it. So I think the connection is a huge part. There's a collective effort across all departments in administration as well. There's more resources, personal and financial, and also we strengthen the public debate on the Istanbul Convention and violence overall. We also experience that we have a lot of political support. I said that earlier, that we feel very lucky about it. And it definitely helps that we have the Istanbul Convention that we can all come back to. This is a brief timeline where you can see how long it has taken us. It seems quick, but it's not that so quick. It has taken us 1.5 years to really establish the state action plan, and it's of course ongoing work. I said I brought a few copies. You're welcome to take one, and it can be downloaded. We also have a website that we report on progress that we make in Bremen. We're not the first to really bring people together, stakeholders together, and work on a state action plan. This really needs to be said, because I think we did well, but we're working and we work together. We have a really good structure of collaboration. But also we're not the first and only ones in Germany who have coherent action plans. I brought a few examples with download links. Oldenburg, for example. Darmstadt very early as 2019 started their process, so they were actually very fast. Munich and Frankfurt did well. We have also a great support from the Association of German Cities. They published a handout on the Istanbul Convention, including best practice examples, things like that. So, key activities, I'm only going to name a few for time reasons, but the budgetary funds are 550,000 euros per year, and as you can imagine, that's not a lot. We've been calculating that broadly 2 million per annum would be what we actually need to do. And also it needs to be said that a lot of the 75 measures in here are what the departments will do, or the projects that the departments will do anyway, but that they now interlocked with the action plan. So they're funded by the different ministries. They're not funded by this one pot of 550,000. As an example for prevention, there's a lot of self-defense and assertion workshops for women and girls. And also we had developed core modules on gender-based violence for training in health professions, mainly care. And these modules for being taught at school are now being implemented. Next step. Then maybe also to be named the implementation of the STOP project, which is a model project, first I think coming from Hamburg. It's called STOP, Districts Without Partner Violence, and it involves communities into working or keeping eyes open, helping women with the situations they can be in and that each and every one of us could be in. From protection and support pillar, most of the money in our funds actually goes into the establishment of an outpatient clinic for the protection against violence, including the confidential securing of evidence for persons affected by intimate partner and sexual violence. We heard before that the forensic is a big issue, so that women who decide maybe to save evidence of what happened to them will have the chance to later on bring their cases to court. And this needs, of course, a very sensitive approach and a lot of knowledge to do it right. But the outpatient clinic is also going to be responsible to treat treat the women once they come there first, but also to be able to not send them elsewhere in case of they need a no baby pill or something, but that they could actually do it all in the same place. And the concept also involves that there will be a help system, a psychotherapeutic help close by. So we very much hope that this, which is only a planned institution right now, comes to life soon. We're hoping for next year, which is, the biggest, or like number-wise, I think, biggest example for this part, protection and support. Then for the pillar investigation, prosecution, law and protective measures, we have proactive information of survivors of violence on risks and opportunities of prosecution and available support services. And this also means, and also improving the access and use of psychological court assistance, which means that we took up the information that there was. We have had more people being educated so they could actually work in this psychological court assistance. We have had all the information material redone in different languages and also in easy languages so that it was easier or better accessible for everyone. Then very important, of course, the high-risk analysis. This is where we in Germany always look at Rhineland-Palatinate, for example, who have very good case conferences where they get all the actors together, from police to judicial system and help system and, the families itself. Well, everything I've said so far sounds pretty nice and is not so special in comparison with all the other countries and what they did with their action plans. But we also early on experienced that we were asked, well, it's nice what you do, but how do you make sure that there's actually a perspective of those who are affected in this whole thing. And this is where we decided that we need an advisory board of survivors. Because the further the development of the state action plan and its measures is from practical work and survivors' experiences, the greater the danger is that these measures don't really cater to their needs. And who are we to speak about if we don't really ask those who are affected and should know best? It also needs to be said that, of course, given the statistics that every third of us is probably or has had experiences of violence in their lives. Obviously, all these experiences somehow are involved in the process already, but as long as we're saying that we have a problem with stigma, those people will probably not show up and say that they have been affected by violence as well. So what we wanted is that this was made visible and this was made specific, and that these people who have a knowledge or bring a knowledge are acknowledged for that. We have a federally funded project. The board was set up to represent survivors' perspectives and interests, participate in the development of measures and initiate improvements and connect survivors. We have funded the project in 2021 and 22. So from now on, it's really ours, the State Ministers Administration Board, and we're looking to keep it ongoing for the next state action plans as well. We have had certain requirements for membership when we were looking to set up such a board. They needed to be affected by gender-based violence as an adult or witnessing domestic violence during childhood, child witnesses, which the convention also elaborates on. They also needed to be at a place where they had already processed and reflected the personal experiences of violence and integrated it in their biography. So no fresh experiences, because we couldn't uphold a discussion and the circumstances. Then we were looking for for people to be committed to further civic participation against violence on a voluntary basis, and of course continued work and willingness to participate in supervision or whatever it took to get the board to work well together. We had a public call for applications and then picked out and officially appointed 10 people who are representing a very wide age group, and also really all of the experiences of violence that our working groups were specified on. So we have a very diverse group of people coming together. And our goals in that was recognizing survivors' expertise as added and multiple competence, not looking at them as victims, which we avoid saying. We say they're survivors, and they bring something that is very helpful and useful and seen as a valuable knowledge in this process. We also very much think that the fact that we have this advisory board is a quality criterion for our state action plan and the process to implement it. We're taking the experience of gender-based violence from personal stigma to a structural problem, and we want to create structures for participation for people who are affected on equal terms, because we don't know much more than them. They have also very valuable knowledge. We also wanted to improve their visibility. Oh, I went back somewhere. What? Improve their visibility and destigmatize them more. Basically, I think there's not much more in the presentation anyways, because yes, that's why Wiesel is here today, because she can speak for herself. She is a member, an appointed member of the board, and she can tell you a bit of how they got together, what they're working on, what is important about their work. Thank you, and ačiū.
Ačiū, Ane, už labai išsamų pristatymą.
Thank you, Anne, for a very comprehensive presentation on the actions at a regional level that make sure that you have a regional action plan and take things step by step. So I believe that we will definitely look into the activities taken on board by Bremen in greater depth, because the cooperation at the expert level within a municipality is very important, not only from the prevention point of view, but also from the point of view of promotion of gender equality. And now I would like to give the floor to Wiesel, who is going to talk about the victims, and as she says, we should be talking with them, not about them.
Thank you for coming here, and of course, on behalf of the BBIC, I'd like to thank you for the invitation and opportunity to further promote the ratification of the Istanbul Convention in Lithuania. As it already has been said, the Istanbul Convention was ratified in 2018 in Germany, and in the wake of this, the Ministry for Health, Women and Consumer Protection came up with the idea to create the board of Bremen's Advisory Board of Survivors. Today I will cover the introduction about the BBIC, just a short introduction, what our mission is, what some of our milestones are, and what this type of advisory boards need to, be created. And of course, I'm going to draw a conclusion. But first, I'd like to start with introducing myself. My name's Wiesel, and the reason why I despise my real name is because the people who gave it to me put me through severe child sexual abuse, including child prostitution and child pornography, domestic violence, economic violence, and psychological violence, which is the reason why I applied for the BBIC, because I figured that finally I can do something or produce something good from all this bad that I had to endure. Okay. So what is the BBIC? The BBIC is an independent panel advising politicians and institutions on implementing the IC in Bremen. As a nationwide, unique project with exemplary function, we incur more and more attention, not just across Germany, but also on an international level. As we can see, otherwise I wouldn't be here. The BBIC consists of 10 members with different ages, ethnic, educational, social, and economic backgrounds, gender identity, sexual orientation, native languages, and with experience of various types or forms of violence. We currently meet around 6 times per year for about 5 hours, though we definitely need more time. Our main objective is to give survivors a voice in politics, because they would otherwise remain unheard. Our mission is to ensure that the interests of survivors are met, to make sure that the plan of action gets implemented, and offer our own perspectives and insights to, again, make sure that the needs and interests of survivors are met. At this point, I should probably mention that before we got appointed to the BBIC, none of us had even heard of the Istanbul Convention. So we met and we started working right away with basically not even really knowing what the Istanbul Convention really consists of. Either way, we, like I already said, we contribute with our apologies, I'm pretty nervous, as a matter of fact. We contribute to this process of implementing the State of Action Plan by developing concepts on plans and measures, by writing statements, and by taking position. We provide impetus and produce new ideas by integrating and contributing our own project topics, insights, and suggestions. We also support and accompany the exchange of networking of other survivors and those who work with them. Our milestone so far is, as you've already heard, we've been appointed to the BBIG in October of 2021 and started working right away. Our first really big milestone, and I think it's almost the biggest milestone that we have so far, was the comment on the plan of action, which we discussed and written and what we're able to hand it in by March of 2022. And just 3 months later, we've already attended the first roundtable on this topic of how to implement survivors' views into the politics when implementing the State of Action Plan. Later that year, we published our social media account, which is pretty good so far. I mean, the numbers are increasing almost on a daily basis. And of course, we presented this prestige project of the BBIG in a symposium in November later that year. The same month, we also undertook an activity in regards of the International Day Against Violence Towards Women. And this year alone, we have written a little letter to the political parties in Bremen after the city election, containing the demands we see as necessary in order to guarantee high-quality work in the future. Last week alone, we attended a meeting with the delegation of the Center of Women's Rights in Bosnia and Herzegovina, held a workshop about this advisory board in Königslutter, and now we're here. So we're pretty busy, and next week there's the second roundtable that we will be attending. After the roundtable, we're finally able to go into summer recess, but that basically only means that we're not meeting. We're still preparing projects of things that are later to come. For example, the Christopher Street Day, another symposium in November, and the next International Day of Women's Rights. And now I would like to take a short look into the State of Action Plan. We commented on pretty much everything that this State Action Plan covers. For example, for domestic violence, we stated that during the implementation process, the State Action Plan must lay its focus on ensuring that survivors have immediate access to fast and precisely fitted support. We suggested that in matters of family law and visiting rights, victim protection must always be a top priority. We addressed the issue of economic and structural violence leading women to remain in a dangerous environment, for maybe otherwise they would land on the street, which is even more violent and dangerous. We said that structural discrimination has to be diminished as soon as possible. We stated that children living in a household with domestic violence, even if they only witness it, are also affected by it and thus need a prompt access to trauma therapeutic support. Children also need to be taught about the dangers of digital media, not just digital violence, not just social media, but also on gaming platforms, because we all know weird people lurk everywhere across the internet. And they should be taught as early as possible, as digital violence becomes more and more prominent, unfortunately. The police, public prosecution, and courts need better financing, technical equipment, and more personnel to effectively battle this form of violence, digital violence. We recommended sensitizing civil society about gender-specific violence in order to decrease stigmatization of those affected by violence. For example, the perpetrator-victim reversal. We stated that people working with survivors and/or perpetrators must undergo specialized training such as imparting basics of gender-specific violence, intersectionality, trauma-sensitive conversation, child protection, and the effects of digital media to digital violence to reduce the risk of secondary and/or re-traumatization. Trauma-sensitive conversation, for example, is by addressing me as Weasel and not by my real name. We demanded that support and health offerings need to be of low structure, barrier-free, free of charge, and non-bureaucratic. Prosecution and victim protection, the prosecution and victim protection, victims of sexual violence require psychosocial and legal support from the very beginning. Follow-up studies on the evaluation of legal practice to close protection gaps are necessary. Legal proceedings and duration should be looked at, abatements of action by public prosecution, sentencing policy by the courts, and all of these follow-up studies should be coordinated with the BBIC. And another short example would be our social media account that we use to inform whoever's interested in topics such as the Istanbul Convention, what it's consisting of, who ratified it, who has not ratified it yet, what the state of action plan is, what types of violence it consists of, and of course we post actions that we're going to do so that people can participate in it. Right now we're actually summarizing all the chapters in the state action plan, which sounded like an easy task, but really it's not, considering we have like 15 to 16 sentences summarizing a whole chapter without losing any crucial information. Really difficult. However, very fun. So the requirements, what are the requirements of an advisory board? What are the requirements? Sorry. So looking back at almost 1.5 years, we as a group collected the following recommendation. Everybody involved in the formation process must undergo schooling in how to work with severely traumatized survivors of violence, as neurodivergent people function differently as neurotypical people, to put it bluntly. The bare minimum of members is 10. However, more members are better as we can work more and can get done more, and of course more achievements will be made in a shorter time. The group should be as diverse as possible, as more diversity will result in even better covering all the various types of violence. A broad range of types of violence, again, to better cover all types of survivors. Before beginning with the work, the members ought to elaborate the roles of every member wants to have, like social media, writing, text, attending symposiums. They should agree on self-perception and rules of procedure, and should get to know each other a bit better than we have. Of course, funding is crucial. As with everything, more money, the better. For example, to print business cards, pamphlets, to attend and offer seminars, symposiums, and workshops. Networking is also necessary, as the bigger the network, the more security we can actually gain for future survivors of violence. An unlimited duration, as the Big is only appointed for 4 years so far, which puts us under a lot of pressure, as we want to get as much done as possible. And one thing that we cannot stress enough is we are survivors, we are not victims. We went through hell and back, yet we are still standing. That's not victim, that's survivor. So, I'm not quite done yet, I apologize. So, what I wanted to add even more, the conclusion is that violence is indifferent. It does not matter if you're young or old, if you're a child or an adult, if you have a university degree or dropped out of school, if you're rich or poor, it really does not care. So the ratification of the Istanbul Convention is absolutely necessary. And to bring in a little example, statistically, while I was holding this talk, 3 women in Germany were affected by domestic violence, and at least 2 were affected by sexualized violence. And these are only the reported ones. The number of unreported ones can be assumed to be much, much higher. So keep in mind that violence can affect everybody, your family, your friends, and even you. Thank you for your attention.
Ačiū Vizel už.
Thank you, Weasel, for a very comprehensive and very interesting, I dare say, presentation. This gives us food for thought as to what we can introduce. Well, I'm finding it difficult to express myself in the Lithuanian language. Well, we are talking about the victims, but as you have rightly mentioned, you are the survivors of violence. So it seems that in the Lithuanian language, we don't have one single word for that. So thank you very much for sharing. The audience now is proposing the ideas as to how to translate this word for the survivor. Maybe we will come up with a word. We still have time for that, for the preparation of the plan and for the implementation. So the timeline is rather impressive, but hopefully we will not rush into doing things, we will not rush into preparing the plan, but that we will introduce the measures that are effective and that we will be able to apply in the future. So once again, I thank the keynote speakers of this session, but now I turn to the audience, and we have some time for questions. Please make sure that you use this opportunity and ask questions to our keynote speakers. Well, although we did not have much time, the presentations were very comprehensive. We will share the material later on, but please use the opportunity and ask questions now.
Tai matau Jūratė.
Jūratė, I see that you have a question, and then Dr. Provaneckienė. Well, I actually want some practical details. Our law, the new version, will enter into force as of the 1st of July. And this will be a challenge for us. Previously, the law was only 3 pages, and now the law is 30 pages length. So there will be quite a lot of commitments for every institution in Lithuania. In the last 6 months, I had an opportunity to travel across municipalities. I had very many meetings and discussions. And it's a pity for me that for the 10 years running, the municipalities found this question of domestic violence as not interesting. And now we have a new law entering into force, and municipalities will have the obligation to evict the perpetrator from the place of residence. So the question is, where will we put that evicted person? Are we going to rent a flat or put him into a hotel room or maybe rent some house in the region? So according to the law, according to the new version of the law, the police officer, when comes to the scene, has to give the perpetrator the card saying where this person can receive accommodation services. So I wonder whether it is the same in your country. Do your municipalities raise questions where they will put those evicted persons, those evicted perpetrators? So I'm coming back to the same question. We have dealt with this issue for 10 questions because we usually try to help women, and women used to leave the home, and that was not a very relevant question for us. But now when we have a commitment to evict the person, we don't have an answer. And so municipalities have a question: where they will put those perpetrators, and how will they pay for the accommodation of the perpetrator?
Yeah, first of all, we have no specific difference between other perpetrators and these perpetrators. Why? I mean, there are prisons, or there are this, what is it, Untersuchungshaft? First detention for the prosecution. They put them in a police cell, or they are, if it is a minor issue, what they here are put under minor, they think the man will not repeat the act of violence, or I don't know what is under control, and not in the same flat like the women. If the woman is in a shelter, or she is at her mother's house, or she has left for a new house, whatever, he can stay at home and will be called to court. So there's no specific measure we envision. Don't you have prisons or cells?
I can only add to that we think it's a very, very powerful tool that this possibility exists, and why do we not shift the focus on the person who has actually done wrong, on the perpetrator, but leave it on the woman. It doesn't make sense. So actually the rule is that the person can be evicted even if the shared housing that they have is property of the perpetrator. He still has to leave his home, and there's, as far as I know, no offer for him. He needs to, he needs to take on responsibility for what he's done. So yes, he will have to leave even his own property, and he cannot come back for 2 weeks, I think, and then you can prolong that. And it works. If more people used it, I think the cases in domestic violence would go down.
May I add, this model came originally from Austria with the CEDAW complaint, There were 2 cases, and it was a stalking of an ex-wife, and then threatening with a gun at the entrance door of her flat by her ex-husband. And she was shot, and her sister and another relative complained under CEDAW. And both cases were successful. And then they decided this Wegweisungsrecht. I mean, the police could make a rule that the perpetrator has to leave the house. And we have it in Germany. It's sometimes not really functioning, but it needs, where it is functioning, well-trained police. They must be there in 5 to 8 minutes, no later. Then they must, bring, this both into separate rooms if they are still quarreling. And then can give the man the order to leave the house, pack with him if he is resistant. The lack is mainly after some weeks. If it functions, there's no more attention. He might sneak around the house and come back. This is the dangerous moment. We don't know what to do, but there is maybe under Istanbul Convention something we can do to strengthen this. Sometimes it's even a woman who says, no, why, he should stay here. Then you have this drama that it is even very difficult. But, well, there must be other social workers, centers who come along and try to convince and help the woman until she realizes what happened. I hope this answers the question.
Thank you for very interesting presentations. I'm very interested in one thing. The Istanbul Convention speaks about healthcare systems, about education systems, about engagement of these systems into the prevention, both at so I wonder whether those action plans, both at the Bremen League level and national level, all those institutions are engaged in those plans, and what steps are being envisaged for those institutions, for education and healthcare system institutions?
Yes, most of our Länder, they include them, or the states and the federal level in their roundtables and invite them, and most are joining. The question is with the care system. It's not yet on the tables. I mean, for senior care, it's a bit new and they have no time. So there's something lacking. I don't know how they will solve it, but we have this interministerial planning or coordination groups or drafting groups, but after the drafting of the Länder Action Plan, there will be in the drafts or in the action plan some sections, what is their obligations, what is their commitment, and later they will turn no longer from drafting, they will turn into a working group for solutions or monitoring and bringing new solutions, reports, etc. And yeah, the best is that all stakeholders will sit at the tables of their expertise, but then in the general tables to improve and improve step by step. And I think most of our Länder have taken and chosen this way. They are too lacking. Do you want to comment from Bremen?
If it's more specific, the question, because yeah.
Ir aš turiu dar vieną klausimą.
I have another question, if I may. In Lithuania, we have groups of people that are against the ratification of the Istanbul Convention. I'm sure that you had similar groups in Germany as well prior to its ratification. Now that you have already ratified the convention, do those opposing groups express any discontent with regards to the ratification of the convention? Do they have any complaints? Do they have any arguments against the effectiveness of the Istanbul Convention?
I don't think so. We have the right-wing party AfD. They might joke or they might object sometimes with their motions or with their requests for information, but at least they even have not the courage to completely attack it. It is not, they are not big groups. You can't really see them that they block the implementation of the law. But we know from other countries these arguments. There is especially one the AfD is using. This is the early education. They say if you are teaching the children in the kindergarten something about sexual violence, what is it? To learn to say no or go to the childcare educator or to go to somebody and say, here, this person touched me sometime and this is wrong, I don't like it. So if they have learned this, they call it early sex education. And this is really a small agitation of these groups. But it doesn't stop our childcare educators in masses to go into human rights trainings, into trainings about Istanbul Convention or these measures, to teach in earlier stage about how to be defensive or aware about these attacks, how to be body sensitive, to know what I want, what I don't want, etc., etc., and where the experts are, where's the help system, even if it is a small child. And there is material from the German Institute for Human Rights about human rights. They are preparing something about Istanbul Convention, like the little compasito. They want to do something specific on this. And there will be a little protest. But what I want to say is the only new idea, which is like a wind since 3 years in Germany, a little bit, is this movement which calls or which is working against trans persons' rights, and they are, you know, all this argumentation, but it's just fake. After the 3 years of COVID, at the first moment, people were shocked and confused. Is it right? Is it wrong? Is it a danger? But there was so much information, studies about disinformation, fake news from various NGOs, research institutions. Even IG made a webinar about this and has elaborated many stakeholders in a series of webinars about this. So we know from where it is coming. And this is the lecture or the lesson learned. We need immediately talk about this. We need to address researchers to find out where's the money coming from behind these groups and argumentation, who is behind it, and why, what is the purpose. And then you see how, you know, the ideas are falling down, who thought that, oh, this is serious. People learn. And then it is just a minimized group who might stay behind these ideas. But I think it is very important to be very aware and carefully about this counter arguments. Some are very old, like shelters, the fight against violence against women, the whole assistance will destroy the family and is against family values. It was said before, as if it was my argumentation, the Istanbul Convention helps the whole society, and including the families, if not. We have families coming from the First or Second World War with military violence, with the Holocaust, with torture, with a lot of violence against men and women. And we know that our societies are maybe so strongly violent against women, not only because of the patriarchy itself, but because of these old perpetuated history patterns of violence. And this is at men who are the perpetrators, and mainly women who are and girls, the survivors. But the problem is that also boys and men are suffering among it. And yes, we want to work with men, with perpetrators. It must not be the preference of all feminists to do this, or of all survivors who organize to work in this field. But some can do it and must do it. And I think there are men who are feminists who would support this. This is on the one hand, we need to gain them. On the second, we need to have help systems for men over generations to get rid of these patterns of toxic masculinity, of violence against any kind of persons, maybe including military action, hopefully in the future, but especially against their mothers, daughters, sisters, wives, etc., and neighbors and whatever. And I think we can do this, but it needs, as I said at the beginning, bold investment. It needs infrastructure like we have for women. And I don't think anything is wrong that we have invested 80–90% at the very last decades into women, but now we have to be open for working with men, to even have men who will show up in media, for example, or in front of other men and be multiplayer to say, here, I had learned, I can control my aggression now. I've done this, but I will never do this again. And then, I mean, we have a lot of psychological studies about how intergenerational families have suffered. So what we all are doing is not only for women or one woman, individuals, it's for families, societies, for Europe, for the world. So what is wrong with this, and where does it harm families? It heals families, and it will make them more prosperous or more safe. Let's discuss with these persons. I mean, I have seen some who are open to discuss this on this level, and I'm wondering, to go a little bit further into her or his story, that in the human rights beginnings, 3,000 before Christ's birth or later, in the earliest cultures, civilizations, the human rights started with giving some rights or protection for widows, some women, some citizens, for exploitation, for being slaves or being enslaved, etc., etc. So from there, we started, and here we are. We are much more advanced, and I think we should go forward. Nevertheless, some arguments are coming. And religions like the Jewish religion, the Islamic religion, the Christian religion, Buddhism, and others should understand. Maybe we can even learn from the Buddhist religion, because what they understand is that, and other religions have it somewhere hidden in their texts and books, every human being has a male and a female side and something in between. So I think to unite and develop the civilization needs to foster both. And it must be in harmony. And if not, yeah, we are in a mess like now. And it's one of the worst pandemic we ever had, and it's a long-term pandemic. So after COVID, we can talk now that this is a global pandemic which is urgently to be treated or tackled to, yeah, have results. Sorry for that.
Ačiū už atsakymą. Mes turim dar vieną klausimą.
Thank you for the response. I believe we have another question. My name is Birutė Sabatauskaitė. I am the Equal Opportunities Ombudsperson. Thank you for your presentation. I believe that Lithuania needs this stressing on the perspective of survivors of abuse. And the survivors should not be the focus of NGOs. We should have a very clear structure for working with them. My question would be as follows. Does BBEC receive specific funds? Because I believe that whenever you work with your victims, you need to focus on some very specific issues. Do you receive the funds for specific assistance that you provide?
So I'll start answering this and then see what maybe you have to say. Thank you for this question. We have in this plan around about 14,000 per annum to cover the costs of this project. This doesn't cover, for example, our own hours of work that we put in, but the members are given a little bit of money, like 35 euros per hour to
As compensation.
as compensation, yeah, basically, as a little payment compensation for their time. But this is only for the time that we actually sit together. We sit 6 times a year, 8 times a year for 4 hours. So they have a compensation for that. And then we have a little bit of funding for supervision and other like workshops, people coming in maybe who do it voluntarily or that their job position covers it, for example, like legal workshops that were given to the group. But yes, we would definitely need a lot more funding. We have raised the amount to 20,000 next year, and we will need 25 or more, and then this doesn't even cover a budget. They don't have a budget for things like traveling or printing out, the time that they put into networking, destigmatizing over social media and other activities like, public activities. So is that what you meant? Do you have to add any?
I don't
No.
think so.
Okay.
You said it all.
Ačiū labai visoms už klausimą.
Thank you very much for your questions. If you have any remaining questions, because I'm sure you must have some, you are able to ask those questions during the lunch break. So I hope that once you have fulfilling lunch, you'll be able to approach the person in need to ask your questions. We will come back after lunch at 3 o'clock, where we will have a panel discussion. Lunch will be served in the other building of the Seimas, so please follow the directions. Please be informed that you have to go back to the entrance that you came through in the morning. So my colleagues will take you to the necessary area in any case. But basically you have to go back to the security check through which you came to the building. But my colleagues will definitely help you to find your way. Well, before we disperse, I would just like to thank our foreign guests for presenting their experience. As representatives of NGOs, I have to say that we'll definitely achieve our goal, and we will eventually achieve the ratification of the Istanbul Convention. In any case, thank you for sharing your experience. Laba diena.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Thank you for coming back after the lunch break. Now it is 3 sharp, so thank you for coming on time. And now we'll begin the second part of our conference, which is the panel discussion. The panelists are very interesting indeed. One of the panelists will join us remotely. We'll be looking forward to meeting him. I am Jurgita Pečurienė myself and represent the Women's Information Center. As you see, our today's conference name, Will Lithuania Remain on the Outskirts of Europe due to the Istanbul Convention? And those who did not participate in the morning session, I like the idea of the speaker of the Seimas, because she said that Lithuania is already in the margins of Europe when it comes to domestic violence and violence against women. Lithuania is striving to be active in the international arena. So why is it trying to deny the rights of a major part of its society? That means those of women, children. And how do we look in the context of other countries? We do look bad because the number of the countries that have not ratified the Istanbul Convention include Hungary, the Czech Republic, Latvia, Slovakia, and Azerbaijan and Armenia, which are not members of the European Union. So other countries have ratified the Istanbul Convention. So, well, we are not in a very good list, I should say. I happen to participate in the very last working meeting of the parties preparing for the Istanbul Convention in 2010. The meeting lasted for a few days. The convention was being drafted for a few years. And during that last debate in 2010, we actively talked whether the concept gender should be left in the convention or not, because we have very many arguments with regard to this concept. Spain, which was which held presidents of the Council of the EU, protected the concept because there were countries which were in favor of the concept and some were against. So I wonder if Spain knew that Eastern Europe would take that long to ratify the convention, they would not have included this word, this concept, gender, because I guess no one could have anticipated that the progress is very slow due to that particular concept, gender. So when we talk about violence against women and domestic violence, the progress is very slow indeed in Lithuania. So today we're going to hear very interesting insights. What could be done? What measures could be taken? Whether this ratification is truly needed? Maybe we don't need this Istanbul Convention. So the problems are somewhere else outside Lithuania. So allow me to introduce to you the panelists. Dovilė Filmanavičiūtė, sitting on my left. You know her well. She's a singer, social activist, marketing specialist, and I guess she is many more. We also have Ms. Laima Vaige, associate professor and senior lecturer in law. We also have Birutė Sabatauskaitė, equal opportunities ombudsperson. We also have Marion Böcke, independent expert, consultant for human rights and gender issues in Germany. Now, she has a slogan, "Hot for Human Rights." Well, I think that's a very interesting thing. Now, those who have not followed the discussion, I'll repeat myself that Professor Dainius Žalimas, a lawyer, is going to join us remotely. If you are not following our panelists either in LinkedIn or in other social media, please join, follow them, because you are going to read a lot of interesting information. I would also encourage you to follow the website of the Women's Issues Information Center. Allow me to begin. We will provide you the opportunity to give questions, but I will use my privilege as the moderator and raise questions. I most probably start with Dovile. Is the Stambulo Convention important to you? Is this microphone mine? Well, I don't need a microphone indeed, but, well, thank you very much for inviting me. I feel very humble in comparison to those people who work hard on a daily basis for human rights in Lithuania. To tell the truth, I want to be a person who is a mediator between society and organizations that sometimes fail to find a form for their content. Maybe human beings are primitive, they want bread and games, and they don't want actual work. Before answering your question, let me share my emotions. I am truly very tired of discussing. My heart aches because it seems that we've been discussing in our own bubbles, in social bubbles. I don't know whether that does not sound rude, but we are discussing in the teams in which there's nothing to discuss about. I want faster solutions. I'm the one who says that we have to punish because it is important for the society that is vulnerable. We have to agree and to make that this vulnerable group of society is protected. I wish that these topics are discussed in our society, because our societies are now full of various stereotypes. When it comes to the Istanbul Convention, our society has many stereotypes. Unfortunately, we've had this convention in our drawers for 10 years, but we have not ratified it. It's painful to say that every third woman has suffered from one or another type of violence, including domestic violence. So we have not reached our objectives. Maybe I'll speak very radically, but are we doing anything at all to prevent this domestic violence? I have a dream that my son grows in a society where such figures are the thing of the past. That's why I want this convention to be ratified rather than signed and getting dust in the drawers. I don't want to be in the same group as Hungary. I want to be in the group of other Western countries, including France, the United Kingdom. I mean, the countries that do not question the role of women, that do not question the human rights issues. I also do not want, or I want, that we fight the stereotypes and the narratives related to the Istanbul Convention. Our neighboring country is the one that kills its parents, mothers and sisters. So I don't want to be like that, our neighboring country. I am a mother, I'm a parent, and I do support all those people who fight on a daily basis for the rights of every human being. So if I can contribute, at least by speaking, then I'll do my utmost to contribute to the good purpose. Well, some people might say that gender is a stereotype, but not something that the convention is speaking about. So I'll finish at that. Thank you. Well, thank you for your voice, because speaking about the problems, making sure that as many people can hear of that problem, making sure that everyone understands the language that you are speaking is very important, because we are sometimes very angry, very emotional, and we fail to explain everything in the right way. So I believe the more people we have who share the message across society, who shares this right message rather than disinformation, so it is for the best of everyone. Well, I have a question to Lima. Dovile mentioned that she wants the convention ratified for the benefit of her son as well. I want the convention to be ratified for my own children. Now, to your opinion, how the ratification of the convention help enforce the rights of the child? Thank you, Jurgita. A very good question indeed, because we sometimes forget that the Istanbul Convention is a tool for ensuring the rights of the child. Children are often subjected to violence, and they are not always provided with necessary assistance. And as long as the convention is not ratified, as long as we do not understand that children suffer from domestic violence, and we know that over 1 billion of children suffer from domestic violence annually across the world, the Istanbul Convention, in fact, is the child's rights perspective integrated into every article of the Istanbul Convention, because the Istanbul mentions that children are also victims that need assistance. Some articles are specifically intended for children. For example, Article 26 on the Convention are particularly targeting children that are witnesses of domestic violence. We have to take account of the rights of such children. The countries that have ratified the convention have taken their responsibility to adopt the necessary legal acts to ensure the rights of the child. Let's remember the recent cases in Lithuania where children suffered from domestic violence, and I know that the rights of witnesses, children, have been taken into consideration. The Istanbul Convention provides the toolbox, what could be done when fighting violence against children. Female genital mutilation, forced children marriages. Well, maybe these are not very relevant for our region. Therefore, it is very easy to say that we condemn such acts, but there are very many criminal offenses that are relevant to our region in particular. So we also have to remember that Lithuania has ratified the Convention on the Rights of the Child, and under the Article 19 of the Convention, we have undertaken the responsibility to adopt the necessary legal actions to prevent all forms of crimes, both in the domestic environment, both in the public sector, in order to implement the Convention on the Rights of the Child. We need a certain toolbox that was proposed by the Istanbul Convention. Thank you. Thank you, Laima. Now, when it comes to female genital mutilation, well, we often say that this is not our problem, this is not related to us. But I guess some 15 or 20 years ago, when we talked to our gynecologists, they've already seen such cases in Lithuania. And I'm not talking about migrant women. I have in mind Lithuanian girls who were affected by other cultures and had undergone genital mutilation. So sometimes we only think that the problems are far away from us, but in fact they are very close to us.
Priminti, kad taip pat konvencija
I would also like to add something that we failed to mention, that the convention also talks about. Let's say whenever there's a case of divorce, the abuse that the child witnesses is sometimes neglected. So the Istanbul Convention also provides for the trauma experience of a child in the divorce process. In other words, not only criminal but also civil procedures are also taken into account in the convention. Well, in general, the convention provides a lot of good tools when it comes to the children's rights protection. Thank you. I now turn to the Equal Opportunities Ombudsperson of Lithuania. How do you think the convention could assist us when it comes to the protection of everybody's rights? Well, good afternoon once again. Since the signing of the convention, I have been thinking about what to focus on, especially in today's event, what not to repeat and what to say to the parliament or to the presidents when it comes to the reasons for ratifying the Istanbul Convention. And I cannot come up of any new arguments but the ones that we've come up of back in 2010 or 2011. Some 10 years ago, when we signed the Istanbul Convention, which was a major breakthrough for us at that time. I'm not sure the exact year, but I think it was in 2018, when following some extensive protests, by the way, that the president signed the law on the signing of the Istanbul Convention. As a lawyer myself, I would also like to go through some of those articles of the convention, but our laws, for instance, they do provide for the provisions regarding the rights of the child that suffers from domestic violence. However, such provisions certainly present certain challenges, especially when the victim in the case is direct victim is a woman, and the woman becomes a subject of numerous procedures, one that is obliged to prove that the child also did not become victim of domestic violence. So apparently a woman is forced to demonstrate her capacity to support and maintain the child. In other words, we're talking about a person who must have the necessary abilities to take care of herself and the child. And apparently this person also has to prove that, let's say, she has a credit card with the necessary funds available. And we find ourselves in such situations where women are forced to prove their skills of taking care of, being able to take care of the child. Another article which is very important concerns data collection. For instance, Article 11 of the Convention. Well, we could say that we are engaged in data collection processes, but as for the activities of our Equal Opportunities Ombudsperson's Office, as well as other NGOs and researchers who conduct different research and engage in data collection activities, well, this is a matter of debate. The Convention focuses not only on victimology surveys, but also on the different statistics that enable us to understand the prevalence of violence. These are very important research that allows us to have a better understanding of the situation and developing preventive measures in order to protect at-risk persons, women that have suffered domestic violence or specifically gender-based violence. Well, gender-based violence is something that we are quite tired of getting involved in this argument, proving to everyone why it is important to have the definition of gender-based violence in the law. Because it is important. This is something that emerges because of the different stereotypes and cultural differences in our society. Prevention and education are also very important aspects, and I believe that we will continue dealing with the shortages or the failures in the field demonstrated by different statistics. Not everybody has mentioned the outcomes of the different surveys or research that we conduct. Well, I will just tell you through the microphone that only 1.5% of the cases reach the court and are taken to court. So truly, the figure is really low. So we should be able to analyze the data available, telling us and informing us as to what needs to be done to make sure that the figure is higher. Perhaps that we should provide more legal assistance to the victims. Perhaps we're lacking in some other fields. As for prevention and education, our society is especially focused on Article 14 of the Convention that deals with education. So our education programs apparently should be age appropriate and they should provide for the education on the stereotypes, gender roles. So it is often maintained that Article 14 is in contradiction to the Lithuanian constitution, because it is up to every family, apparently, to choose how children should be educated. Perhaps our legal expert that will join us at a later point will be able to explain more about that. But the convention does not preclude families from educating their children. The convention mainly speaks of the inclusion of education programs in our curriculums, programs that teach our children about the effects of violence, about gender roles, and the damaging effects of domestic violence. I could go on talking about other articles of the Convention that could definitely be useful. We have a lot of issues across all of the fields. Rape kit is understood by many as some kind of lab kit, whereas instead it mainly focuses on a number of different protocols that are actually non-effective in our hospitals, and people who have suffered domestic violence, they do not receive the necessary support in hospitals. We have recently heard about the case of a woman that has complained about being a victim of substance abuse and sexual exploitation at a Rammstein concert. the doctors apparently encourage the woman to get certain testing kits to determine whether or not she was offered some illegal substances. So apparently there are no protocols in place to address such issues. And as for persecution cases, apparently our perpetrators at the moment cannot be kept under locks for the necessary duration and are released at an earlier point. So there are many issues that we can talk that the convention could definitely help us with. Thank you very much. Thank you for the support to the NGOs, especially when it comes to awareness raising. Certainly, there were politicians, policymakers that were in the morning during the press conference, but unfortunately they did not stay with us throughout the rest of the event. Now, Marian, I turn to you. Would you be able to reflect on what the colleagues from Lithuania have mentioned? And I also have the following question. How could we respond to the critics of the Istanbul Convention, those who say that the convention poses a threat to the so-called traditional families, who pose a threat to the Catholic Church, and so on and so forth? I'm aware that the situation in Germany is different, but perhaps there could be some universal things that could be identified here and that could assist both countries.
Yes, thank you. I like the contributions of the speakers before. I don't want to repeat, but it is a very comprehensive framework together with CEDAW and other legal frameworks we have. It should accelerate our success to end violence against women. And this is sometimes not being taken serious. If we come in a room and say we want to end violence against women, even some feminist or gender equality officers were like, not in this century or decade, okay? So don't make a fool out of yourself. Now, we have a convention which has this aim, even if it is written in CEDAW already globally. But I think the harm which is done in our societies, we can count in many statistics. We have seen how unhealthy, how incomplete our families are, how we can heal them if we would end violence against women, how much more wealthier and stable a society could be, or a world. And I think we have other problems. This also is a driving force. If we have 100% of freedom for women and other persons who become violent, who become survivors of gender-based violence as described and defined in the Istanbul Convention, I think then we could unfold the capacities on the labor market, but also to combat climate change, to save the planet. I mean, we have really other problems. Or imagine women would be peacemakers in much more numbers, healthy, strong, without any obstacle to unfold their whole capacity for every task. I think this is really a big vision, and that's why I titled my presentation this morning that Istanbul Convention is a lifeline. It is really a lifeline for many, many people in the world, and if you see the young girls who are online, they understand what it is, and they also refer to it, that this could be a help. What we need is to make it understandable for much more young persons, for example, with easy language. We had a discussion at the lunch table about that, but also I think it is so meaningful to have gender and sex as both categories in the concept of the Istanbul Convention. And it is wrong. It is not a gender concept. It is gender and sex as two different aspects of our persons. Everybody has a biological defined sex, and everybody has a gender role from the society. It doesn't come from the bodily conditions, it comes from traditions, whatever, beliefs, values, good values, bad values, whatever. But it's a long time. We carry this with us as pattern through intergenerational lives and conflicts in families, but societies. And if we could here end the negative, the toxic, the destructive root causes, but also then consequences, it would liberate us in a way I can't even imagine what it means for society, only in a kind of vision today. But we see it, maybe if you look around, and we have heard one contribution today, if you see how some survivors, when they get assistance, can become activists or go into the world and unfold capacities they would probably, under the intention of the perpetrator, never had. And we have many women in the women's movement, or I saw after Peking, the World Women's Conference in 1995, how many women we met in the area of the conference later went into politics, in China, in Pakistan, in Lithuania, in Germany, globally, everywhere. And some of them, we have talked with them, they had experienced violence against women. And later they have been the big lawmakers, decision makers, strong women. And they must not always talk about it. One can live with it if you get the whole set of assistance, human rights, women's rights you deserve, as written in the Istanbul Convention. I think this is so many reasons that I think we should discuss with these opponents about the differentiated definition, about what it means, for example, for their mothers, for their aunts, for their wives, daughters, and their future. I think they never think far enough what it means even for themselves as men or decision maker, women or men, being in this society. And I think the other issue, it doesn't destroy families, it heals and helps them, but in the religions, I think they have a lot of problems with gender-based violence in their institutions. We know it from many countries. They are before courts, they are in mediation processes, there are huge groups of survivors who have packed every truth on the table, and now the churches have to deal with it. I think it is high time that they proactively join the forces to end violence against women, any form, gender-based, domestic, any form of violence against women or even boys and men, which they have also in their ranks of survivors from their own clerks or people. So I think there is nothing which should stop us from implementing this convention, but we need to maybe build forces, joint forces with some opponents. I know we never get 100% of them, but if you discuss with a group, I think there are always 5 to 3% you can gain who join forces, and then they might in public be very helpful. This is one idea, and I want to mention that in general, the Istanbul Convention enshrines or includes everyone. It's a convention which doesn't single out any body, any person. So what is wrong with this? It's not the religions. I would then invite people who are more religious, educated, to have a kind of inter-religion, cultural dialogues, but I think we will find some traces in each religion which says exactly the same, to treat women and men equal, to do no harm, to do no violence. I mean, especially in the Christian and Jewish and Islamic religion, Buddhist religion, I said it this morning, you find a lot of these arguments. So when you sit, for example, with the religious leaders in the United Nations, there's a specific group and discuss this, there's a totally different opinion. I sometimes wonder why they are not spreading out to their communities where there's this opposition to these concepts. We ask them now because of Afghanistan to go to the Taliban, but I think this is very serious, but there are other areas where they could work very well to convince their own community opponents why human rights don't include anybody and why human rights are not indivisible, why they are indivisible. You can't exclude anybody and say, this happens, this is family business, this we can't treat. This is not true. I think the values mainly say you should prevent violence. And there are many other arguments. I think we need many debates. I mean, the Istanbul Convention is there, the whole infrastructure is there. We need more finances, we will extend, but we need dialogue. The dialogue must be ongoing. We can't just say, these opponents, forget about them, because then they are excluded. And why shall we exclude opponents? We give them just an argument like, yeah, it's like what they ever said in their disinformation policy. We should proactively lead these discussions and invite them, and yeah, we have to stand a lot of maybe aggressive, counteracting speeches, but I don't think all the time. I make some different experiences, but it depends on whom you invite. You have to always, from their side, try to find some aligned persons who are able to mediate.
Ačiū, Marion. Tikrai dar grįšim prie klausimo apie švietimą.
Thank you, Marion. We will definitely return to the topic of education. But since Marion has already mentioned education, sex, and gender, I would like to now turn to Birutė Sabatauskaitė, Equal Opportunities Ombudsperson. Why is Lithuania so afraid of those two words, sex and gender, irrespective of the violence cases that we have? Apparently, cases of violence fall into oblivion in terms of when it comes to sex and gender definitions. Well, in terms of Equal Opportunities Index, in Lithuania, this is still a goal. However, we don't have very specific visions as to what we want to achieve within a set period of time as regards equal opportunities. We don't have neither clear instruments to achieve our goals nor exact finances to that, earmarked to that end. We still lack the tools available. Another important thing to be mentioned in this respect is the existence of prevalent stereotypes and prejudices. We definitely focus on the discussion as to who should be the breadwinner in the family, which is usually the male. Stress, alcohol consumption, suicide rates, they are also related to gender roles. Women apparently tend to be the ones that absorb all those psychological issues in the families. Based on our surveys, women are those that are assigned the role of an exaggerate partner in the family. So all of these surveys fail to deliver an answer to us as to what exactly assistance is necessary. So all of the different myths definitely make the work more difficult. I would like to thank Marion for the points on the discussion with religious leaders. I remember the discussion that we had here a while ago, where such discussions with religious leaders were led by shouting and crying, actually. When we talked to them about cases where police is called to the site, because police officers should provide the necessary assistance irrespective of one's gender, age, or whatever, the opponents in those discussions tell to resort to some very preposterous claims. So unfortunately, our religious communities have even signed an agreement initiated by the Catholic Church in Lithuania, and they've encouraged the Lithuanian politicians not to ratify the Istanbul Convention, which, according to them, is geared against traditional families. But violence is the thing that does more harm to families than the claims that they maintain. The convention does not contradict the values that they are ardent proponents of. The Church itself should definitely review their own rules, because we tend to hear a number of different scandalous cases as well. So the Church itself should focus on the victims of sexual violence. We have been emphasizing this time and again for many years, but we somehow managed to go back to the same debate that is led by the same social norms and requirements that are connected to the definitions of sex and gender. It is not an issue of translation of the Istanbul Convention. There were numerous myths regarding the definition of gender. We had many variations of translation of the term gender, but this does not relate, the convention has nothing to do with definition of gender whatsoever. Thank you very much. I would just like to inform the audience that you will definitely have some time for questions, and I would now like to turn to Dovile right now. Dovile, perhaps I'm quite naive in thinking that it does not exist, although it's actually quite the opposite. Apparently, our society tends to believe that love is shown through physical abuse. Certainly, following the war, some attitudes have changed. Nevertheless, violence against women is still quite stereotypical and prevalent. Apparently, there is no other way how to show one's love but beating others.
I'm not an expert on that question. I believe that Margarita Jankauskaitė, who is present here, will be able to tell more about the root causes for that. I wonder whether she has already spoken or not. No, she has not spoken yet, because it's a pity that she's not at the table of the panelists. A great pity. But because to tell the truth, what I could do is, well, to be very populistic in my speeches, just like our politicians are. Before coming here, 2 hours before coming here, Estonia has adopted a law on marriages of different sexes, while our president, in his State of Address of the Nation, said that we should take more serious concern of the families with children, because it seems that now our families can be defined as the ones which have children. So, well, maybe it's my sarcastic point of view, but I think that there is some truth in every joke. Unfortunately, we are still muddling in the approach, because we usually say what you think of. So this is the values that we support, and it seems that the values supported in Tallinn are different from the ones supported by Vilnius. I don't know, maybe I should come back to my primary idea. I do not understand why people do not like reading. Where is their critical thinking? Because Birutė Sabatauskaitė said, because concepts sex and gender are a very good meat for propagandists and manipulators. But it seems that in Lithuania we don't have any other problems as this concept of gender. Maybe we should make use of people with critical thinking and do something. Otherwise, we won't change the situation and we will remain muddling in the same interpretations of the concept of gender. Well, you said that you can't show love in other way than to beat your partner. Well, I guess this comes from our ancestors, and we are taking this experience. But just, I wonder, can you come here to the microphone? Margarita, could you join us? Could you join us in our discussion? Because I believe that you have many more things to say than I. So maybe you will be able. How many centuries are we going to muddle in the same Lithuanian saying that if he beats you, he loves you? Well, I have a question for the audience. Well, I promise to you that you will have the opportunity to ask a question, but Margarita, your reflections on the discussion that we've just heard. In fact, the problem is very deep-rooted. We often talk about gender stereotypes, and we don't even think how deeply rooted gender inequality is. I can't even find the word for that, because it is deeply entrenched in our society. And our society is based on gender inequality. And as long as we do not fail this situation, we will have to be cautious, because we will always be facing this gender inequality and this misconceptions about gender. Far too often, when we talk about such complex things as domestic violence, the discourse is shaped from the perspective is that we are talking and targeting our actions at survivors. I'm no longer using the word victims. And therefore, our attention is distracted from the very center of the problem. We often talk about empowering women. We have very many initiatives. Go forward, you can do it, and many other initiatives. But we have not asked the question, why should we encourage women in the 21st century to overcome the barriers? Maybe we should not be promoting that, because it seems that we are like a horse who has to jump yet another obstacle. I believe it is high time we take action and start working with the same stamina and determination, with the same masculinity. We have to challenge those male groups that are trying to bring back this theatrical approach that men are being hurt, that they are becoming victims. Well, they start speaking about this careful masculinity. So, taking care of someone you love is a human characteristics. Without having taken care of your close ones, we won't be able to survive as community, as a society. Therefore, we have to focus a lot on those professions that are related to care. And as long as we do not change our attitudes, unfortunately, we will be spinning like those squirrels in a wheel. I guess, well, we have to take account of the masculinity norms, and we have to change our attitudes. And once this happens, we will not be reminded that I can do it, and yes, I can. Well, Margarita, I do agree with you, but now you brought me some recollections when the white ribbon movement started. In Lithuania, women were behind the initiation of this movement. Now we see that a movement of men is becoming stronger, and this movement of men who support those, well, as we see, archaic norms. And again, women will try to strengthen those groups of men who are in favor of those, well, masculine features. Well, this is a rhetoric question, but why don't we have those strong groups of men who would support gender equality? The system is tempting with privileges, and well, unfortunately, we have to admit, the more a person is disappointed and disillusioned, the more it is likely to support various dictatorship that is, again, targeted against the equality in our society. We should not forget that when it comes to values, we have stagnated for many years when it comes to the Western world, because we were in the Soviet Union. For example, people of my generation have been raised in the context of survival, where survival was more important than human rights. In Western Europe, those trends changed after the Second World War, when a new generation of adults came at around the 70s, which had different value-based attitudes. And we now see that in Western countries, the Istanbul Convention was ratified at its normal pace. Now we live in different values because our values have changed, have been changing since we regained our independence in 1990s. So hopefully something will change. But now coming back to your question, in order to change the norms and the, well, masculinity norms, which, let me remind you, provide certain privileges, you need to be very brave. Well, I'm not, some... You have to be strong to challenge those norms. It seems that in Lithuania there are very few men who could do that. I believe it would be enough to calculate them on the fingers of my both hands. And I'm not losing hope. I hope that with the new generation of young people, we will be able to develop advanced people who will have a different approach to those old-fashioned norms. Before moving to the audience, from the audience, I have a question to Laima. You have lived in Sweden for many years. You've worked in Sweden for many years. You often visit Lithuania, and you can compare the situation both in Lithuania and Sweden. So what are the differences? Sweden has always been a very progressive country when it comes to gender equality. It has ratified the convention. So what are those differences between Lithuania and Sweden? And what experience can we take from Sweden? Well, indeed, there are quite a lot of differences. Margarita has rightly mentioned that we are in a different cultural situation. Swedish society is not a disillusioned one. It has the Sweden society has not participated in the Second World War. After the Beijing conference, there have been some amendments, and more specifically, the criminal code specifies for domestic violence. Despite the fact that Sweden is a rather neutral country, but domestic violence is included in the criminal code of Sweden. Now, when it comes, for example, in Lithuania to the violence of against children, we have only very few articles which again are related to the protection. So domestic violence is a criminal offense. It is referred as an intimate terrorism in Sweden, and well, we've seen today that women more often than men suffer from domestic violence. Now, when it comes to intimate terrorism, again, these women and children are victims of this offense. I believe that there are approximately 10 judgments by the European Court of Human Rights where the primary target of the perpetrator was a woman, but despite that, children were killed. So the Grevio committee praised this action by Sweden. It does not mean that judgment will be adopted in every case that is taken to court. I guess approximately 11% of judgments are issued because we still should not forget that there is a presumption of innocence. In 2018, after the ratification of the Istanbul Convention, the definition of sexual abuse was changed, and it was related with the consent of the person. And we see this practice is becoming often in other countries, in Germany, as it has been mentioned, in other Scandinavian countries. So now sexual assault is related with consent. So this means that any intercourse without consent will be subject to criminal persecution. In Sweden, a survey was carried out. It identified 76 cases which would not have reached court if previous legal provisions were in force. Half of them were acquitted. Half of them were found guilty of rape. Sweden also, in 2021, adopted a new law and which provided the definition for the restriction of children's freedom, and it considers that there is that it also defined children witnesses of domestic violence. Therefore, it is considered as a crime against children. Let me also stress that restriction of women's liberty, as well as the liberty of freedom of the child, is not something that is required by the Istanbul Convention. Of course, the Grevio Committee commended those steps by Sweden. So CEDAW believes that if we have the funding, if we are fully aware of the root causes of violence, and in Sweden, this structural level is very strong. In Uppsala University, where I work, there's a national center of men's violence against women. Hate crimes, crimes against LGBT people are also very important. In the recent years, approximately 30 million euros have been allocated annually for this program. And I think that the funding will increase in the future. I think that we have quite a lot of lessons to learn from Sweden. We do have very strong cultural relations. We are looking at Sweden as an example, but historically we've been influenced by the neighboring countries in the East. And foreign languages for majority of our society was the Russian language. Two members from the Council of Europe that opposed the adoption of the convention was Russia and Vatican. So we are at a crossroad because we've been influenced both by Russia and Vatican when it comes to our values. So this is the political and value-based level, but in fact it has an impact on the adoption of certain legal norms, because what happened in the recent years, we have to implement the gender equality principle, but complementarity principle as well. I believe that lawyers often fail to understand how certain fundamental principles important are. Sexual abuse definition is yet another important thing. I am putting aside all those irrational arguments and all those myths. But when thinking about rational arguments, we have problems because we have introduced this complementarity principle. So, yes, there are some cultural problems related to our culture and legal system.
Girdėjom apie finansavimą, ar ne, 130.
Thank you very much. Well, we did hear that Germany has allocated 171 million euros for the implementation of the Istanbul Convention, and we heard that 30 million euros a year are allocated by Sweden to the implementation of the convention. So we are talking about extensive funds. Well, in any case, a promise is a promise. I did promise you time for questions to our panelists, so please, now's the time to do that if you have any questions for our panelists. Because if you don't have any questions, I have a lot of questions, actually. Yes, please.
Sveiki. Labai smagu kalbėti.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to talk into the microphone. On a more serious note, could you please share some information as to the education or awareness raising regarding the ratification of the Istanbul Convention? Could you clarify which country are you talking about, and please introduce yourself. My name is Deimante. I'm working on the project Create for Lithuania, and I'm interested in the development of developments regarding the ratification of the convention in Lithuania. My question is addressed to the Equal Opportunities Ombudsperson. Well, as for the ratification procedures and the awareness raising of it, there are no specific funds earmarked to this end. Everything is being done by the NGOs. The majority of them are represented here today or are joining us online because they might be from quite distant areas of the country. All of the activities are done on a voluntary basis, maybe at times with a very little budget. Perhaps there are also some institutions that take the time to engage in a certain limited awareness-raising campaign. Some of those institutions were presented today as well. The ministry, those organizations are also encouraging the parliament to speak on the reasons for ratifying the convention. However, when it comes to a nationwide campaign launched by the ministry or other stakeholder institution, a campaign that would be focused on the reasons for ratifying the convention, well, no such attempts have been made. Although I do know that there were some debates on the possibility of quashing the myths related to the ratification of the convention. I believe back in 2021, there was a huge wave of hatred speech geared against the ratification of the convention. All of the hate was directed not only against the women's rights movements, but also the LGBT rights movements. It was a very unprecedented wave of hate. Ever since then, unfortunately, we have not witnessed any systemic changes that would ensure certain strategic focus on such awareness-raising campaigns. Well, I do hope that the situation will change since the EU has ratified the convention. We will nevertheless be obliged to engage in awareness-raising campaigns involving not only society members, but also judges, well, other experts involved in the processes. Well, I will make use of my right to ask the question as well. You've mentioned the EU ratifying the convention, and migrants and refugees also fall into the scope of application of the convention. Does this mean that Lithuania will be forced to apply the provisions of the convention with regards to the refugees and migrants, but will not be applying its provisions with regards to its citizens? What will happen then? Well, I don't have a very clear answer on that, but certainly we have to make sure that the necessary communication between the stakeholder institutions is in place. The convention provides for the state-level commitments as opposed to the commitments undertaken by specific stakeholders within the state. So I find it difficult to respond to your question, and I wouldn't like to go into the debate as to what the EU ratification of the convention means for us. As lawyers, we did have a discussion into that, but I don't think it would be useful for today's discussion to focus on those legal debates. Well, since I'm also writing an article on this, perhaps I could add to the discussion. Lithuania, besides the individual ratification, will nevertheless be forced to ratify the convention. Following EU's ratification of the convention, the Commission is now committed to coordinating the ratification process EU-wide. All of the European institutions must be focused now on the issues related to the ratification of the convention. However, the EU member states, in implementing the EU law, must also comply with the provisions of the convention as well. Only in exclusive areas of competence will the member states be allowed not to apply the provisions of the convention. However, whenever EU law is applied, the convention's provisions will apply as well. So purely internal situations are not abundant, I have to note. The EU has adopted a lot of different legal acts that Lithuania had to transpose. For instance, the EU Victims Directive was one of the documents that we had to transpose in our national law. So all of this relates to the transposition of the European law. However, there might be certain individual cases where the convention's provisions may not apply. Please, any more questions? Jūratė Juškaitė, Lithuania's Center for Human Rights. I would just like to add, I'm not sure how aware you are with the processes related to the drafting of the new version of the law on the protection against domestic violence. And in the discussions, the Ministry of Education and Sport focuses on Article 4 of the law and the prevention programs that should be integrated in school curriculum. Well, the line that stands at this moment in the new draft initially offered some hope because it was intended to be worded according to the text of the convention. Unfortunately, the necessary political will was lacking, and we failed to include that line in the new version of the law. Such issues that the convention deals with should be integrated in one way or another in our different educational programs. Whenever I talk with my colleagues, apparently we still lack the information as to what this will mean in practice, and we still don't know what kind of children will graduate from school, how will we educate, what kind of men we will eventually be able to educate at school. So far there are still many questions unanswered as regards education in relation to the Istanbul Convention. Thank you very much. Any more questions from the audience?
Jeigu ne, tada aš paklausiu.
If not, I have a question. And you can choose how you can respond. Perhaps I will start from Marian. But I will focus on education and teaching of specialist experts and upgrading of their skills. And sexual abuse and consent to sexual intercourse. What needs to be done in Lithuania so that we have a law, a provision contained in a law that makes it clear for those dealing with those sexual assault cases as to how they need to do their work. I have this quote from the book by Giedrė Purvaneckienė. a book on different opinion polls regarding abortion in Lithuania. The surveys discussed in the book say that among the religious groups of society, only 5% of the people surveyed would be in favor of abortions. Our society, would be in favor of banning abortions. I believe that only 3% of them represent women. Certainly, if we go into detail as to the structure of those religious groups, there are certain differences. Well, apparently those who are against abortions are also against the Istanbul Convention ratification. So let's go back to consent, the issue of consent when it comes to sexual abuse cases. You can choose how to respond to my question. So perhaps a few pieces of advice as to how we can change people's attitudes when it comes to our willingness to ratify the Istanbul Convention. This morning we had a press conference with 3 male politicians present there, which is perhaps a positive achievement, but what does that mean for us?
Yeah, I want to just shortly answer to this question. I think one main issue is, again, having a training center or training curriculum which is broadly disseminated to all age groups and stakeholders, and then all who can work very early stages in childcare and in school, universities, at workplace, everywhere, and then lifelong to repeat it. What is about consent? How do I build consent? I mean, you can say it's not allowed, it's a crime without consent, but people don't know how they built it. So there's a lot of life skills, social skills, women and men, because women are part of this negotiation, have to learn to build consensus. And then why it is good. I think we often have to encounter these negative answers or rhetorics with what is the gain for the society? What is the gain for intercourse with constant consensus? There is, again, a better family, a better relationship. There's maybe less harm, etc., etc. It's even an article 12 in the Istanbul Convention, do no harm. This principle was even in our developed countries now adapted, while we have used it always to development or the south areas. Yeah, it is training. I think we need to enable people, empower our citizens to do this, to live this. This is one main issue. Don't leave them with questions like, and nobody tells me how, why shall I do it? Right? Or I say, do you want? And I hear yes, then it's okay. This is consensus, or yeah, what shall, or can a woman say? Then it's the same problem before the courts later. Did she say yes? Did she say no loud enough? Was she smiling? Was she struggling? Can I prove how hard her fight back was? And nobody can, often. Otherwise, we can have the forensic. But the good side is we can start to teach this in trainings, in role games, in all measures we have for education. Another thing I want to add is that for all the measures we will do in implementing Istanbul Convention, we should do it fact-based or evidence-based with methodology. And one of our institutions we have to build is whether the ombudsperson or the coordination for the whole process, but at least the monitoring unit. The monitoring unit can define indicators to objectives and can extend this bit by bit over time. And we have to measure, does all our work decrease the numbers of the cases. Which cases? Where not? Where do we have to do more? So there must be an ongoing proof all the time, and this can help. We don't need useless markers, 1, 2, 3. Yeah? These measures don't matter. Then we have 3%, we work on them. We need meaningful methodology which can allow to measure where's the progress. And then the society can also celebrate progresses. But we must be honest on these progresses or lacks and where we have to do more work. And I know that many of our societies, like even in Germany, there are parts of the society who want to have it easy on their desks. In the workflow, right? So these indicators, objectives, it needs also training for a new generation which takes all these jobs in the monitoring unit, in universities, at the police, everywhere where you have statistics, you need to learn how to work with this, how to draw these numbers to the objectives and to the benchmarks. When do we want to have stopped let's say, forced marriages or gender-based domestic violence. It's a big objective, but we need numbers. And I think this would change the whole attitude towards the work in the society, because everybody can then be an ambassador for this objective. Everybody, every group, every municipality can take over responsibility and then show how they progress. So this can involve the society. I remember something not very similar, but in the 70s, there was something like the average person should do sports. So they made everywhere some little, exercise equipments in the woods, on the street, little playing grounds. So everybody started to do this, and certainly it was a movement. Why can't we build something like this, being proud on having reduced this form or that form of violence against girls, boys, women, domestic, this form, in this place, so that people, like a competition, are involved. Everybody has a role. I think this is also a participatory process, which also makes people learn that human rights, women's rights, is something unique and not exclusive, it's inclusive.
Well, we should be, I'm very happy about your insights. Now, when it comes to the raising awareness and education, the law on the protection against domestic violence also provides further provisions related to providing education on domestic violence. I can't say that many steps have been taken. The law will enter into force into a few weeks' time. Unfortunately, we don't have the methodology yet. Our ombudsperson institution provided certain recommendations as to what steps could be taken in our legislative acts when it comes to recognizing violence. So the ministry has drafted certain recommendations for schools, but we also encourage to include the concepts of sexual harassment and sexual abuse. We also have to include such concepts as forced control, which has not been included in this recent version of the law. So forced control is not something that is related to teenage world. In some cases, even when it comes to romantic relations, certain boundaries are crossed among children aged 5 years old. So we have to have programs and methodological material. We also have to ensure education of teachers, not only by those non-governmental organizations, but many other institutions. We depend on the budget from the state, but we have to provide the training. I have provided training myself. So if we are contributing only through non-formal education, this is very difficult, because just imagine you're sitting with 30 group students and you look at all the forms of violence. People first have to admit, oh gosh, I have suffered violence quite a few times myself. Maybe I am myself part of those abusive relations. So it is not easy, both for me as a trainer, as a teacher, and for those people who are participating in the trainings, because they suddenly come to realize what this violence means. So therefore, I would very much hope more active engagement. Today we have provided certain comments for the ministry when it comes to the equal action plan for equal opportunities for the year 2024. We provided certain advice on establishing healthy relations, on crossing the boundaries when it comes to gender-based violence. So we were told that only a few groups will be able to receive the trainings. Moreover, it will be rather difficult for those people to get to those trainings, because I know that Lima will have many more information to comment on regulation of sexual abuse, but I think what we should do now is that we need researchers in criminal aspects to be more courageous, because there is quite a huge resistance from the authors of the criminal code, because they say that everything has been included in the criminal code, or maybe the wording is different. But I have to say that legal norms are very important. When it is said that sex without consent is abuse, is violence, so this is something that we need to be included in the criminal code. Well, in Lithuania, don't even maybe know that we have a distinction between vaginal rape and anal rape, because these are two different types of rape in the criminal code. I don't think that this should be the case. We also lack regulation when it comes to offenses online. Well, it seems that I have missed something, and I don't remember now. Oh, well, I did remember. We have to look for people who would support us in the judicial system, because we've seen in Facebook accounts and when people were mocking the idea of providing a consent for sexual intercourse. So even in the prosecutor's office, there are people who are very active and who are promoting, speaking in favor of the rape kit. I think this is a disgrace for the staff of the prosecutor's office. This initiative, I don't think that this initiative covered all the articles that we needed. Thank you. I'll also comment very briefly, because I've written a lot. I guess some 6 or 5 years ago, I wrote a lot on the topic as to how the legal regulation should be amended from the perspective of international law. I think that there's much that has to be amended. Those legal norms in the criminal code have not been amended since the very adoption of the code, despite the fact that the legal norms in Europe were amended because of the case law of European courts and the adopted conventions. Moreover, research in neurosciences have also brought us some new information for us. The research has shown that 70% of victims freeze when they are attacked. So are we still, and we are still asking the victims to provide evidence of abuse and asking them to show bruises or something else. So let me now talk about sexual abuse in marriage or in when a person is relationship, because these are two different things in Lithuania, and the legal norms we distinguish whether it is vaginal or anal or oral sexual abuse, and we use different concepts to describe that. Even lawyers try to avoid those Lithuanian concepts. And the law says that this is rape, and if we look into the case, we can see the ways of the rape, and I don't think that should be distinguished under separate criminal offenses. Well, we've seen that, for example, in Germany, there was a movement with regard to marital rape. Sexual abuse should not be used in marital relations. This has also been under discussion in Lithuania, but again, there were arguments that we already have everything in our legal provisions. We don't need anything else. Because we've already had the law on the protection of people against domestic violence. But for example, in Sweden, where I live now, I guess marital forced sexual intercourse was banned in 1965. In Lithuania, we had this first historic case last year only. And unfortunately, the cases of forced sex in marriage are rather often, but no one has been convicted. As the police officer said, police officers and prosecutors just cannot start applying the laws in a different way than they used to be. There should be some legal basis for that. Therefore, we have to change those legal norms. Now, when it comes to sexual abuse outside marriage, so according to our criminal code, this is not a serious offense, just like it was the case with the domestic violence before 2011. So a woman has to be very active to take the perpetrator to court. Well, we know that from the recent case with the German Rammstein group, where the girl complained of being intoxicated. So those who came to help her didn't even know what kind of documents she had to fill in. So this shows that we have to change the system itself.
Man atrodo, kad pati keiti nuostatas.
Dovilė, I believe that you change misconceptions much quicker than you tend to admit to. I'm observing time because I know that I have to take my little man from the kindergarten, one that is being educated to be a responsible future adult. Well, I tend to read a lot of books and diagnose myself with different diseases. So I read one recently where I was forced to justify everything with post-traumatic syndromes and the Soviet reality that affected us, with the addition of the times of the Holocaust. Well, there are many tragedies that could be attributed to our mentality, but whether they are related or not, I believe that culture mentality in our situation is one where there are certain issues that are still not considered to be priority ones. Well, I could go on discussing these populistic ideas on and on, but since these issues don't seem to be priority ones, I should say that our society lacks critical thinking, extremely lacks critical thinking, which is why we hear about such cases that Birute has mentioned, cases which demonstrate their lack of knowledge, mocking current affairs related to the consent for sexual intercourse. So this gives birth to such cases where people who deny the benefits of the convention are the ones that never have even read the text of the convention. Such populistic debates then burst later on. Debates where people tend to maintain that the convention-related issues are actually family business. So critical thinking is lacking. Another thing is that we are still closeted when it comes to our emotional approach towards certain issues. The norms of masculinity, as mentioned by Margarita, is something that is still not alien to us. Our men were taught to be the breadwinners, and if they fail to do that, they become destructive in their nearest environment. And this is just one of the examples to demonstrate our emotional health. Global organizations tend to inform us that Lithuania is in the lead in terms of minor suicide rates. In that case, we tend to focus more on the issues. When it comes to minors, well, adolescents actually, these are people who are now aged 9 to 11, by the way. This touches upon some very sensitive statistics, maybe because I'm a young mother myself. But it makes me feel anxious about what we can expect from the current society. Because apparently whatever the NGOs or the lawyers are discussing something, they still fail to touch upon the most acute aspects. I myself think that everything should start from the heart of society. The people should be the ones that should come here and complain to the parliament that we have been procrastinating for far too long and that it is high time we ratify the convention. But apparently it's only an illusion, which makes me feel sad and hopeless. I know that I should not be making such comparisons because this is the result of propaganda and whataboutism. Apparently, we still have selective empathy. There are people who still allow their neighbors to beat their spouses, or we still tolerate cases where migrants freeze to death at our borders, while we are able to demonstrate some empathy in other cases. Well, maybe this is not completely related to the Istanbul Convention, but I sense that all of this results from the different traumas that we have experienced in the past. Maybe there's more hope when it comes to children's issues, because apparently we tend to be more active when dealing with children's rights issues. However, when we tend to hear some noises in our neighbor's apartment, we tend to say that we should not interfere with that. This is not our business. So this means that we are still unable to ratify the document that has been ratified by many countries. And this leads our country into the abyss. Abyss, by the way, a very good word. I failed to answer the question as to why solidarity is lacking. This is a rhetorical question, but in any case, let me express gratitude to all the panelists. Well, the journey is quite long, but in any case, thank you to all the panelists for taking part in the debate. The discussion is not over yet. I would like to give the floor to Asta Juškaitė to read the text of the resolution of today's conference, but before I would like to give the floor to Asta for some few final remarks. Well, I believe that we will eventually be able to ratify the convention regardless of anything. So I would like to thank the participants of the debate, of the discussion. You've definitely said some very interesting ideas. Perhaps we will be able to focus in greater depth on the ideas that you've raised in today's discussion. So just like in the previous parts of the discussions of today's event, I would also like to hand in some tokens of appreciation to our panelists.
Tai dabar mikrofonas Jūratės.
So I now pass the floor to Jūratė Juškaitė.
Mes su kita Jūratė.
Jūratė is not a very common name, but apparently we have two Jūratės today. So whenever somebody mentions the name Jūratė, I'm always anxious. Well, these are just minor jokes for the end of the conference, but I would just like to take some 10 minutes of your time for the final remarks of the conference, and I will offer to you the text of the resolution of today's event. This morning we had a press conference with the representatives of the Seimas Committee on Human Rights, with the representatives of different political groups of the parliament. During the conference we've raised the main idea, which is as follows. Since the ratification of the Istanbul Convention is stuck, at the moment, we are still lacking the necessary votes to ratify the Istanbul Convention, which is why we believe it would be expedient to address the Constitutional Court regarding the Convention's compatibility with the Constitution. This would also mean that the Constitution would be able to inform society in simple terms on the content of the Istanbul Convention. Perhaps this could make things moving. And I will try now to pace through the text of the resolution at this point, and I'm looking forward to your unanimous approval of the text of the resolution. So let's go. The resolution is addressed to Speaker of the Seimas of the Republic of Lithuania and members of the Seimas of the Republic of Lithuania. Resolution titled on the conference, Will Lithuania Remain on the Outskirts of Europe Due to the Istanbul Convention? 20th of June 2023, Vilnius. The Istanbul Convention was signed by Lithuania on the 7th of June 2013. 10 years after the signature of the convention, the Seimas has not yet ratified the convention. A significant number of leaders and politicians of the Lithuanian political parties have repeatedly expressed their public support for the need to ratify the convention and implementation of the measures provided for therein in Lithuania. But the ratification of the convention has stalled due to the disinformation. In commemoration of the decade of Lithuania's signature of the convention, we urge the Seimas of the Republic of Lithuania to take the initiative and apply to the Constitutional Court of the Republic of Lithuania with a request to assess the compatibility of the convention with the Constitution of the Republic of Lithuania. Such an assessment by the court would provide an impartial and competent assessment of the objectives and content of the convention. In 2011, the Seimas of the Republic of Lithuania adopted the law on the protection against domestic violence. Since its entry into force, the cases of domestic violence have increased several times. In 2012, over 18,000 of cases were registered, with the number increasing to more than 53,000 in 2021 and over to 55,000 in 2019. The figures demonstrate that there is more awareness within society of the country. However, the existing measures are insufficient to prevent domestic violence and ensure punity of perpetrators. The Istanbul Convention is the most important document committing its parties to resort to specific measures to address domestic violence. The document also recognizes domestic violence and violence against women as violation of human rights at the same time. The convention has already been ratified by 37 European countries. This May, it has also been ratified by the Parliament of the European Union. Although the Istanbul Convention is a regional treaty, only members of the Council of Europe can accede to which, the importance of its standards are also recognized in global formats. The delay in ratifying the convention has also become the subject of international human rights monitoring mechanisms. Back in 2016, the universal reviews of the Council of Europe recommended Lithuania to ratify the convention. The country has accepted the recommendation but has failed to implement its commitments. As a result, in 2022, during the third cycle of the Universal Periodic Review, Lithuania has received a renewed call for the ratification of the convention from 20 countries. The recommendation for Lithuania to finally ratify the convention is echoed in the recommendations of the United Nations Committee on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women and the United Nations Committee on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights. In 2017, over 70 human rights organizations appealed to the heads of state and members of the Seimas of the Republic of Lithuania to dispel the fears that were being stirred up in society, to ratify this convention and to transpose its provisions into the Lithuanian legal system and the everyday practices of the responsible institutions and organizations, thus sending a clear signal to the public that violence against women was unacceptable and would be fought by all means. However, the ratification of the convention has not moved forward. On the contrary, in 2021, some politicians, religious leaders, and social organizations have engaged in an active campaign geared against the ratification of the Istanbul Convention, echoing the false information spread in other countries in similar disinformation campaigns. As demonstrated by a study by European Parliamentary Forum on Sexual and Reproductive Rights published in 2021, false narratives about the Istanbul Convention and other gender equality issues are also shaped by Russian oligarch money. It is estimated that over the past decade, Russian oligarchs have given at least $200 million to the so-called anti-gender organizations in Europe. The study also notes that this amount is only the tip of the iceberg and is likely to be much higher, as it is difficult to trace the flow of laundered money or the funds spent by Russian state agencies. Recognizing both the Russian Federation's desire to divide the societies of its neighboring countries by strengthening anti-democratic movements against the strengthening of the protection of human rights and the importance of combating violence against women, Ukraine has ratified the Istanbul Convention. It did that back in June 2022. Therefore, we, the participants of this conference, as well as non-governmental organizations working in the field of human rights, ask you to take seriously the epidemic scale of violence against women in Lithuania, as well as the geopolitical context in which Lithuania finds itself. And we call on the members of the Seimas of the Republic of Lithuania to use the powers granted by the Constitution of the Republic of Lithuania to address the court, requesting that it assesses the conformity of the Istanbul Convention with the Constitution of the Republic of Lithuania and to explain to the public the aims of the Convention. The study was conducted by, the resolution was initiated by the Lithuanian Human Rights Center and the Lithuanian Association for the Assertion of Women's Rights, as well as the Lithuanian Youth Council, the National Non-Governmental Development Organizations Platform, a total of 150 NGOs in Lithuania in general. So that would be it. Well, I was definitely rushing through the text. I wonder if there are any oppositions to this text, the final version of this text, to be sent to the Speaker of the Seimas and members of the Parliament. If there are no if there is no opposition, the text of the resolution will be available on the website of the institution I represent. So please read the text of the Constitution, and I don't want to take any more of your time. Thank you very much and have a nice evening. Thank you, Jūrate. And just before the finish of today's conference, let me just express my gratitude to all those that have taken part in today's conference. My thanks goes to the keynote speakers. I'm also grateful to the organizers of the Women's Issues Information Center for contributing to the organization of the event, as well as to the staff of the office of the same as well as our interpreters, interpreting both into English and into sign language. And certainly our thanks goes to our guest from Germany for sharing their insights and best practices here. And Jūratė, I know, is also willing to add something. Yes, we also have some gifts. Again, our gratitude goes to Jūratė Juškaitė for the tremendous job in drafting the resolution of today's conference. Our gratitude also goes to Jurgita Pečiurienė for the interesting moderation of today's discussion, which I believe you have found interesting. So thank you, Jurgita, very much for your efforts. And Dalia Masalskienė, another person to be appreciated. So Dalia, thank you very much for your efforts as well. And on this note, I would like to wish you all a nice evening, safe summer, and optimism.